riches of fame. Kill the crows that point the blame. Our voice is a fast change. I never said I would take your side, I just said I would compromise. Well, if you make me put up a fight, I'll fight back till the day I die. That you wanted all along, and I don't really mind if what I say pisses you off. I never said I would take your side, I just said I would compromise. If you make me put up a fight, I'll fight back to the day I die.
This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we win, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we win. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man.
All right, what's up, guys? Welcome to the BoomTV Proving Grounds Season 2 Finals, Zephyr. We are here. We are almost ready to bring you some of the best Apex Legends around. But before we do that, let's talk a little bit about how we got here.
Absolutely, Dia. It has been quite the season here at BoomTV, working through several qualifiers. We've had some troubles regarding the servers, but hopefully some of the best teams have come through here across the board. 4 weeks total, not the 6 that y'all expected, and we take the top 2 from each of those, and honestly, they've been racking it up, Dia.
They really have. And I do want to say that despite the sort of delay that we've had, a lot of these teams have been prepping throughout this, be it dropping Skull Town, dropping Hot, keeping themselves warm, or finding access to customs in some other way. So I'm expecting the micro to really be there. But the thing that has been affected the most is scrims. And when that comes into coordinated play, I think we could get a little bit more spicier games than we're used to at the highest level of Apex. But for those of you unfamiliar with the BoomTV, we aren't just hosting a finals out of nowhere. We've had 4 qualifiers leading up to today. People have been both invited from making ripples across the Apex community as a whole, as well as, of course, their placements in those.
And yeah, while it is important to take note of those qualifiers, we do have, of course, our event today where all of them are competing for some absolute crazy prizes. We've been going through an absolute whop of a series. 8 total games are going to be played all today, all here, all on BoomTV, of course, on that World's Edge Season 6 match. And we're going to be regarding, of course, the lovely, lovely lady ALGS and its scoring system.
Absolutely. You know what? Nobody breaks that one. You've done it.
Exactly.
This is the sort of highest level of competition that we have, and so we're going to set the standard for everybody else to continue with that. Of course, it's not just through winning that you can compete for money today, there are a few other ways,
Don't.
interestingly enough, Zephyr, that you can acquire a little bit of extra cash.
We'll get into it. We'll get into it in a second, but hold the thought. Take the phone, take a chill pill here. We first got to cover the absolute massive prize pool, of course, the 5K that all these teams are looking to win for themselves. Of course, you can see right there how it's going to be divvied up, but I got to ask you, Dia, if you had the lovely opportunity to just spend 5K, what would you divvy that out on yourself there?
$5,000. Well, first I'd be flying out to see you, Zephyr. That would be the first thing, and then maybe after that, if there was a little bit left over, maybe a cat. I like cats.
Personally, you know what I could do with a hairless cat myself, but we're not going to get too deep into that. We're going to make a move over to, of course, those little nitpicky money, as you can see there at the very bottom. 250 in bounties are, of course, available on this tournament. D, if you would, please explain what we mean by bounties.
Yeah, so this is a really interesting thing that I actually don't see in that many tournaments, but should provide a little bit of extra content for those of you sitting at home, because we've got some extra things that we're looking for, not just the win. If you get the best snipe knockdown, you're going to earn $100. If you get a sick arc star stick, you got a chance at earning another $100. And of course, that $50 team wipe, the first one to submit a whole team getting taken down, can earn that sweet, sweet extra little bit of $50. So get yourself a nice dinner out here, maybe two, depending on who you're taking with you, and that's the bounties that we're going to have, and the little bit of extra competition that you can look at, not just on this stream, but on any player's stream as well, being able to clip that, take it back here, submit them for that great stuff.
Right, and then we'll pull that out, we'll shove it on the media, and you'll get to promote yourself and whoever you stuck, of course, especially if you're going for that arc star. Past that, though, there's quite some entities, invited or qualified, that have made their way to this proving grounds, and we're going to start taking a look at some of the most notable entities. I'll start us off with 69 IQ. If you've been keeping track of BoomTV, this is an absolute heat of a team that's coming in to compete tonight. They've won the last two qualifiers in a row, and while they're making some roster changes coming into this finale, I honestly think there's still one to beat.
I actually think, Zephyr, and I may eat my words, but that these roster changes could actually be the thing that pushes them beyond those high placements and really into the top of the league today. But we'll hold out judgment here, because we got some other teams to talk about. Of course, Aqualix, a European organization, is going to be joining us today, and I've actually been a really big fan of Aqualix for a while now. I think that they're a very consistent team, but I have yet to see them really break those top couple spots, and it's not like there isn't competition here today, so I want to see how they measure up specifically on this day, after this break that we've had due to the patch, against some of the top teams in Apex.
Well, in fairness, they did pull out a massive victory here on July 2nd in that specific Watt Path Wraith, the Beyond NRG tournament. So if there is a squad that has seen recent success, it would be Aqualix. But past that, we've also got Cloud9 joining us, a big name across the scene, notably running with Zach Stay Naughty and Abralele.
Yeah, yeah. If any of you have been on Twitter recently, you'll know that Abralele has made his joinings here, and I think that that's actually a really big factor in what Cloud9 play like, because Abralele is one of those players that everybody knows. They know that he's really good, and Zach is one of those players that everybody knows how aggressive he is as well. And I think that with a little bit more oomph to back up the aggressive pushes that Cloud9 like to go for, it could be the difference maker in a lot of these fights, potentially taking them to the victory today.
And that explosive combo might be the path that, of course, will lead them towards their success. But speaking of success, we also are bringing in another invited squad, G2 Esports. And honestly, Dia, I hold out hope for these guys. They have struggled through and through, but they've come out on top over the years. And personally, I would put them in that top 10 ratio where they might find success if they push through.
Absolutely, and I think that a lot of G2's success historically, at least in this, last season or so, has been really ring reliant. So I think that we'll be able to sort of get more of a feel of where G2 is going to place specifically based on how far they have to travel. If this team is forced into playing edge, they're actually going to do really, really well. But it's when the zone is pulling to them that I think that we're going to have to see how they prep for this tournament and what those differences are, because that's the one thing that does tend to separate them when the miles become inches in those last couple of minutes.
Well, we definitely have a lot of other massive teams. Kangarna, a massive winner. Navi X had some recent successes. But for now, though, we're going to be taking a short break as we throw to ad. When we come back, we'll be joining you right on World's Edge as we take you through Game 1.
Too slow. It's gonna be extreme.
No, I don't play by the rules. Give 'em
This way, let's go.
They hit me 'cause I never lose.
Steamed up and ready to burn.
You're straight out of luck. I'll add you to my kill count.
It's showtime. I'm overflowing with excitement.
Get ready to stitch him up. Figured you'd be dead by now.
Don't try this at home. Unless you want to have cool legs like me. Careful, the floor is lava. You look like a clown, bro.
My biggest fan's gonna love that.
Sometimes you gotta take the bull by the horns.
It won't make a difference.
We're on a roll, chica.
Let's take this win. It's go time.
You and me, friend. My money's on the robot.
Oh, welcome back, folks. As well, we're getting ready to drop into World's Edge. We finally made it back here to the cameras section where we can continue post our ad, talking about what we're expecting to see on World's Edge today.
I was about to say expectations, more like predictions for the tournament as a whole. I know it's 8 games, Dia, but we can spice it up a little bit already. Maybe throw out there who we might be looking to take it all. I'm going to go out on a limb here, and I'll go with my boys 69 IQ. All right, they, like you said, have made roster changes that are going to push them a little bit further. We'll get to touch on those, especially as we make our way towards game. But, hey, man, recent success is recent success, and they've been winners constantly leading up and just competing against teams that are equally on the same level.
Absolutely, and I mean, if we're talking about recent success as well, I can't help but bring up a team like XSET, who have been doing really well recently. I think that on a micro level, all of their players are some of the best around. They're really good at being able to, in that late game chaos, manage their own 1v1s and be able to regroup. I think that sort of calculation under pressure is what can separate them, assuming that they make it to that last ring. They've really got a big edge.
Well, speaking of rings, I think our first one is forming here as we make our way into our first game. Taking a look, of course, right off the bat at Navi, coming out on tree here, and you get to see a peek at that first circle stemming towards the bottom of the map.
And hey, we get to talk about Navi as well, because this is an interesting squad. They've chosen, like you say, to drop at tree with the circle right near them, and we got the chance to talk to Strafe, who we see on our screen right now, a little bit before the tournament, about how Navi liked to play, and they really emphasized that flexibility is what they've been focusing on during this sort of off-season break that we've been forced into. Trying to make it so that whatever the circle is, they're able to adapt to that and not be forced into this edge play style. They definitely aren't the most aggressive squad around, but they're one that knows the pace of the game, and I'm relying a lot on their positioning and ability to hold buildings to keep them in the lead.
Well, we'll see how they fare. They are currently on the edge. I'm curious if they might push towards that center, play something a bit more aggressive, and try to hold the core down here. Up towards, of course, our favorite Skyhook. We've got quite a few squads in the area, notably from our research here on these drops coming new. But currently, we're taking a look at Kick.
Yeah, Kick is, what is it called? We were trying to figure out what exactly they'd be playing like here, so I'm hoping that we that we get the chance to see them fight a little bit sooner rather than later. Although, Zephyr, I'm surprised that we haven't seen fighting already, because we're privy to the BoomTV Discord here. We had a lot of teams calling out their drop spots, and they weren't all that different. A lot of teams were dropping at Harvester specifically, and I'm surprised nobody's shown up at the kill field yet.
Oh, hey, we made a discussion prominent before we even got into this around who really wants to hold out towards that last couple circles, or who wants to take those fights early. And personally, I think everyone's going to be tight-knit as we approach the last ebbs and flows here, but who knows? Saw some poke there.
Yeah, just making sure that you are well known, right? Whenever you're rotating around the map, you do want to announce your position sort of counterintuitively to what you might be used to in solo queue, but a lot of these players and teams will put effort into shooting shots that not just are meant to level up your Evo shields, but let everybody know, hey, don't approach me. It's kind of like when you meet a bear in the forest, right? You know, you act big.
I mean, I would prefer a porcupine here. You come in, they look soft and cuddly, and then out of nowhere, they're suddenly spiky and terrifying. There's also fish like that, I've heard.
Are there really? See, I've yet to encounter many.
Are we on the same page regarding the fish?
Well, see, I'm not sure, because I don't. Fish are kind of spooky to me. Whenever I go swimming and like I feel a fish, I'm like, oh no, it's gonna kill me. So I tend to play a little bit more scared. And Na'Vi definitely playing with the same respect right now, although they're going up against things that are a little bit more threatening than fish, with a charged rifle being them for a little while away.
It's a good source of heavy burst poke here, but I think Navi's got it in their skill set to make sure that they don't take too much of a hit here. Granted, they're in a well-off position, looking over across the entirety here of our sorting factory. They were able to spot out a little bit of that chase early, weren't quite able to catch who that was, but for now, I'm curious to see who might be pushing up into their position, you know, playing off those long-range snipe.
Certainly, going to be maybe even pushed right now as the crypto drone comes through, just farming a little bit of damage, not actually setting up for the fight just yet, but you got to be aware of that. And with cryptos on the map, it might not be Na'Vi that's running things that are a little different, but there's definitely that high skill cap with teams that can coordinate around the crypto. I like the use of the gold shield here. It's not something that normally provides you an incredible amount of value. We see a lot of players swab off it, but it's specifically in situations like this where you're getting poked from a ways away. It provides you some much needed safety.
Absolutely gives you the opportunity to scout out like we've been seeing here from Kohai. Now I gotta ask you, Dia, given where and how they are holed up into that little corridor there, you think they're gonna find a rate of survival, especially as these teams continue to close in here on this area? They've got the Octane to play off of. They've already put down the jump pad, so I think they'll be just fine, but who knows?
Yeah, I think that they've got actually a really, really nice spot being in the corner of the circle. I'm forgetting exactly the deep pocket principle that was talked about by I think a Team Liquid analyst here. Being able to put yourself in the corner of the circle here, and especially so out in the open as Na'Vi and even major pushers here tend to be, means that for anybody to get to you, they have to pass through so much open ground that you're very unlikely to be contested. It can change what might otherwise be a bad spot into a very, very good one.
We'll see how they fare here. For now, everyone just ratting it out for the time being. There's no reason to push a fight at this current moment. The circle hasn't even closed in past its first round here. Of course, you can hear that drone absolutely wafting through the area here around major pushes, and I'm curious if they have an analysis regarding them. They are able to spot it out through some of these guys in the top end of the window here, but past that, nothing else. Making a move towards C9 on Harvester.
We're gonna have to take a look soon. I want to see who exactly is running that crypto. I didn't manage to catch their name earlier. C9, though, a little bit sandwiched in, are going to have to likely give up this high ground very soon. You don't want to be pushed off of this, but it's immensely difficult to play in Harvester when you're being sandwiched from multiple sides. Zach Mazer's doing the work, though, putting up the shots with the 301. Although the utility being used, the signal that a fight is soon to come, because as soon as that runs out, you've got no deterrence anymore.
Right, G2 here now on the opposite side. The ones who were applying that pressure looking to pull off and see if they can find a better engage. Granted, look at the available shielding here on G2. All full purples in comparison to C9, who really it's only Zach Mazer on that high end.
Really straight up suffering, actually, for the C9 squad right now. Imagine, Zephyr, imagine being sandwiched in by a squad that runs full controllers, because that's what G2 are known for.
Alright, I'm not gonna flame or any go down that route, but I give praise to those who can make the controller work, alright? Sadly,
It's just
mouse
scary,
and
that's all I'm
keyboard
saying.
supremacy.
Yeah,
Actually, G2 pulls back pretty far here. They might be
actually
going a
going
hard
full.
rotation. Yeah.
wow, this is interesting. This is not the rotation we expected. I think they could have taken
No.
that fight, but choosing not to. They're running into a little bit more trouble, maybe even being sandwiched here. Dome's going to go down under the train yard, but now they're in a really sticky spot. Granted, it's only first ring. You've got the time, you've got the heals, but either way, you're going into danger.
I'm curious to see who is opposing them here into this relative cave. Granted, they both could push up towards the train yard. It is Kick. Now, pulling back here might lend some aggression to G2 as they come forward with this rush, but Kick coming out of train yard here is actually punished for this rotation. You see Limek falling incredibly low there and forced to go for the escape, actually playing off of someone else's jump pad left behind.
I thought that was pretty cute as well. The rest of his team's going to be able to heal up, and you give up the rotation to G2, maybe even having to go the longer way around. Kick, interestingly enough, also choosing to run Valkyrie with Wraith. Normally you see somebody like Valkyrie picked up in the place of, say, an Octane. And I think it's interesting they've chosen to run double relocation ultimates.
Right, the extra mobility, though, will hopefully give them the opportunity to do exactly what they've begun right now. Constant movement, being able to play those early circles and find a position that works for them. And while the heals might be running low, I have faith here, Dia. For now, though, G2, they found themselves out of the Harvester. Now they're looking for another squad to take down here.
That's going to be not super fun for Mitro, as they're going to get nearly wiped right there. Still 18 squads left, so there's one member ratting it out somewhere. There it is. X-Ron on your screen, or I guess we can call him Ron, right? That seems chill.
For now, Ron on the edge here. Well, I shouldn't have spoke. For now is a very short time period for Ron. But speaking of giving up positions here, G2 already spotted out off of their hard rush playing off of that Octane's jump pad, and now while they do have high ground, they do seem to be the target to contest here off the edge of circle.
Oh, it doesn't look like they do. I was hoping that we would get some sort of coverage thrown down here, but instead, Designful is going to pop the shield cell and be able to likely escape. This is the kind of circle that I like to see, though, when we get to that second ring, and realistically the squads haven't moved too much. Just 17 left here is still a very, very high number, and it provides the sort of competitive experience that a lot of these guys are used to.
Exactly. And by the way, coming right out of that circle, we finally reintroduce Kick into the space here. They're on that left eastern side of the Harvester now. And G2, while they spot it out, they don't want to take any available fight. They're trying to make great rotations and find a better movement into the circle, as Harvester is actually far, far more west than they probably would like to be, notably playing for kind of that core area.
And Harvester's still in the next circle as well, so a lot of the teams that are holed up there are going to be happy, but this is the kind of style that I really like seeing from G2. I know it looks a little bit awkward on your screen, because they're always relocating, but what it actually results in is these individually talented players able to play to exactly what they're known for, the ability to pick off fights and play edge in a really controlled way. It's something that I've missed about G2 a lot in recent series, that I'm happy to see them returning to.
Well, we'll see how they fare off of their play there. For now, Navi making a reintroduction in the same spot, still holding it out. Back to C9, though. They're taking a bit of an aggressive take here. Stay Naughty already taken out. We'll see if Save Apex, or my apologies, Aberlele is actually able to find full shield and heal, and does just that.
Be okay for now. The grenade not going to connect either, so holding it out, but Stay Naughty being down is a big blow to this team, especially so late into the game. They're just going to have to play still technically in the ring for now, are going to need to relocate using that Wraith, and hopefully grab Naughty's banner to try and res him or something, because as we've seen in ALGS, even a late game res is better than nothing.
Oh, absolutely. But sadly, they lose out on so much of that information that Bloodhound is able to provide. And especially when they're stuck in such a corner like this, they would really, or could really utilize that about now.
I think they're on the receiving end of somebody trying to get the bounty there, trying to get the sickest Arc Star stick of the BoomTV Proving Grounds. We'll see if it ends up happening.
And how much is that worth?
Unlikely.
Just real quick.
That one's worth
just to check.
$100, Zephyr.
Oh, really? $100 for a good Arc Star stick? Might have to wait and see.
Oh my lord, it's Abralele that goes down.
Abralele taken out off of trying to find that beacon and punished as a result. Zach Mazer here, the only one left for this squad. He throws that in that dome, but it's going to give away his position completely. And while he tries to play through the walls the best he can, the C9 squad is eliminated.
The dance was good, and I respect it, but it's G2, the Wolves of the zone, that end up picking them up. As a res ship had come in towards the west there, G2 can spot out who it was. They're able to lay down shots with the G7. We'll see who ends up going down, but it's a game of survival on the edge.
I'm more than sure that's possibly Kick. We spot out that Valkyrie from afar there off of some of these G7 scout pops here from Resulta. And right there you can see Kick playing off the Valkyrie, launching towards the sky here, going to get the available rotation. Now they're coming into this sorting ground area where we've seen a lot of the contest earlier. They got to be very careful where they pick to play.
Ooh, I actually really like this spot, though it looks really sticky, but this is even better of a way of explaining or demonstrating exactly what we were talking about earlier. The ability to play in a spot that doesn't look very good, but is very hard to push.
We see that mass EMP come out. Look at Cyback right immediately taken practically down to a full knock off of that rotation. Extremely lucky, Dia.
Manages to stay alive for now. I wouldn't be surprised to see a lot of these squads drop their shields at the same time. We've seen Navi doing it up top, but trying to avoid some of that crypto damage farming. Although, as we turn over into AMV, these guys definitely are going to be dropping their shields anytime soon, as Dome does go down. They're the ones struggling for a little bit better of a position.
Right, playing off that back end of Harvester. Notably, you got G2 still in this current area, and they're probably looking up to pick another squad here.
15 squads remain as that next zone does start to close. We're going to be entering the fourth. G2 have a great position here. The god spot, some might say, on the edge of the zone. So watch how they end up using that, as they've already got a bunch of resources. Look, they're all red shields.
They're all red shields, but did you just see Designful there? Taken all the way down to roughly 20 health available. Has to go for that full heal. For them now, though, just their eyes on A and B directly towards their western end here. Curious if they're going to be able to pick this one up at any given point, or they'll have to just wait for the possible rush here from the Octane.
Yeah, now, I will say that now with G2 in the spot that everybody wants, there's a good chance that they're going to be pushed by multiple squads at the same time. And as a squad themselves that does like to play aggressive, leaving that is going to feel really bad. So there's a chain or a tree of decision-making here that's really going to test not just their micro, but their decision-making as a whole when we approach these really clutch situations.
For now, though, we make a return back to Sorting Factory here, taking a great look as Hambino pulls out a great bolt on the shot there. You see the follow-up coming through almost instantaneously on the hunt, the prowl for Ronnie there as he's trying to take the more forward, aggressive take here, but they might be pinched.
Being scanned from both sides right now, it will be... looks like a knock there from Crook. This is the squad that occasionally has competed under the name Obey that you would have seen before. So these guys are pretty cracked if you recognize their names. Let me tell you right now, the Kraber as well, providing an immense amount of damage to back them up with very limited ammunition. Not nearly so much for Aqualix as they nail down people with that charge rifle.
Right, Aqualix taking advantage of that rotation from Kick, just getting the extra damage available, pumping those evos, and keeping great control of this train area.
Yeah, Aqualix are
Considered
actually
a
in a
train.
great spot right now. They're right in this little snake, and they're under G2, or the last place that we saw G2, which provides them, in a way, sort of safety from the guys that have been the monsters of this lobby.
For now, though, Kungarna finally taking a look at one of the favorites of this tournament. Didn't get a great opportunity to discuss them too much, but on the top end of those tracks there, should be able to play it very well. For now, though, New Esports pumping out the rotations coming out, able to just rip through the opposers coming through Edge for now.
That is absolutely terrifying. It's 69 IQ that are being knocked right now, and unfortunately, they might just be out of it because the defensive bombardment looks like it takes the last member here, leaving still a place where you could be pushed. Obey right under you, though, makes this a high-tension zone on World's Edge.
I gotta say, people like Aqualix and or Aqualix, my apologies, and G2 must be feeling absolutely lovely right now, watching the terror ensue south side in front of them and just waiting for them to have to be forced to make that rotation. It's gotta feel nice to you.
Oh, bro, G2 especially. Like, the amount of kill participation they've picked up here would honestly make it just as good for them if they did end up losing out on some placement points. Although, as we pan over to New, it looks like they're going to be dropping the placement points a little bit earlier on with Kashero, one of our resident cryptos, going down and post-kill right on the edge of doing so as well. It's Shex that's going to have to rat this one out, see if he can escape around the edge of the ring. Does have a lot of shield swaps in the area, and is going to be a little bit more difficult to push here. Should be able to still keep them in the running.
At this point, you're simply playing for that positioning. There's no way you can recover a banner this late into the rounding here. But now these walls are beginning to close in. He's got to start moving forward here. I gotta say, D, it's probably all but over for Shex.
They're gonna try and play gatekeeper, or become the gate captor rather, as he rounds the wall right here, finds himself face to face with Kungarna, and is going to be subsequently deleted.
Actually, that's Crook.
That's somebody else.
Crook was taken out here by Kungarna off of their movement out of their little cubbyhole on the train tracks here. You see Graceful now launching forward, trying to find the tear and shred. You're going to see those drops as Farm Boys are the ones to start capitalizing off of this rotation.
And Farm Boys, how I have missed you as well. Gonna have to leave some for dead, though, on this Wraith. Trying to get a little bit of a reposition, a little bit more safety inside of the zone. Looks like that'll work out for now, as Sir Del has to dine and dash right around this snake. Playing for the positioning, there's so many squads rotating out of Sorting Factory here, and only 4 of them remain.
Absolutely, and Aqualix. My apologies. No, I did that right this time.
Yeah, you did it. You did it right.
Aqualix able to keep their Aqualix able to keep their position here in this little snake that they were able to start off of. Now Ghost is on that underside, as we can see still concurrently. Granted, they lose the one member though.
And they're going to be the ones that likely have to move first. I want to take a look at the ring when we can to see who's going to be the one that has to give up that spot, because it's G2 that look like they're in the best area, and honestly, the ring doesn't betray them that much.
Honestly, G2 have been lucking it out this entire time, able to take great positioning off of their rush on Harvester, and now it's playing to their favor throughout the entirety of this one here. Ghost here, the exact opposite. They've got to deal with not only Aqualix right above them, but also AMV and G2 in perfect sniping position. But now they're going to make the rush here on Aqualix.
This is so funny right now. It doesn't look like this is going to work out despite the amount of shields that they had stacked up. Should be able to survive for a little bit longer, but they're being pushed right now, and those shields are really coming in clutch despite the fact that they lose a member.
Right, 6 already down there. Banner now on the recovery, and like I said, there's no chance for that here. Panders and Ghosts, though, they might be wanting to pump this one back into his airway, just find the damage that they want available, and they're still getting shot, pinched from the side there. I believe that might be AMV or G2 on the edge.
Nask goes for the finish, which is a really good move here to secure yourself a few more of those points. The game's going to come to a close very fast, and you're already missing Yuki, so you got to secure what you can. The crypto drone just about spy everybody out, excuse me, is going to find G2 just on the corner here, having given up that spot on Harvester, and now going for positioning in that final circle.
This is going to be an absolute mess of a final circle here, forcing everyone out of their spaces. And funny enough, Aqualix are actually in the best spot, but now as this ring closes in, oh, I wouldn't stick in there. Finally forced to come out alive. They take a bit of ghost, but not before they go down themselves. G2 find themselves the victory, playing off of that high ground.
Absolutely wonderful play from G2, and we didn't get to see them ditch that God spot, but man, when they did it looked good, being able to find cover in the unlikeliest of places and continue to play gatekeeper when they were center before. This is the G2 that I've been hoping to see.
And the craziest part about it here is the fact that you had, of course, AMV on that other side playing the top end of the cart there. And granted, they had to worry about G2 off of that rotation towards the west end. They're playing around box. But still, as that circle closed in, you're thinking you've got, what, 6 players all coming out against you? They wiped them all off of that rotation. It didn't matter that it was a 2v1 for squads there.
And it was constant, too. Like, so many times G2 was in what looked like a weird situation. They would rotate, they would find a fight, and we'd go, I don't know about this one. And they would continue to come out on top. And that's the power of this squad. It's what, like I said, I'd been hoping for from them, and I'm glad to see them performing here in the first game of the Proving Grounds Finals. It's a great start to get off to, because they not only have the placements, but they've got the kills to boot, Zephyr.
Oh, that's fair. I'll give them that. But at the end of the day, there are still 7 matches to work through here today. So they've got to keep it up. They got to keep the pacing going and find themselves a continual sorts of wins if they want to see themselves take home that prize. But I think Dio might be making a move here to what I might hear maybe an ad break.
Yeah, you know what? I think it might be. So we're going to take a very quick break before we get right back at you with even more top-tier Apex Legends.
This is my kind of event. Let's get wild, huh? Let's go. Move with it, move with it, move with it. Down low, too slow. It's gonna be extreme.
No, I don't play by the rules. Give them
This way, let's go.
Steamed up and ready to burn.
You're straight out of luck. I'll add you to my kill count.
It's showtime. I'm overflowing with excitement.
Get ready to stitch him up. Figured you'd be dead by now.
Don't try this at home. Unless you want to have cool legs like me. Careful, the floor is lava. You look like a clown, bro.
My biggest fan's gonna love that.
Sometimes you gotta take the bull by the horns.
It won't make a difference.
We're on a roll, chica.
Let's take this win.
You know why they come here to lose. No, I don't play by the rules. Go hard, go home. Go hard, go home.
It's go time.
You and me, friend. My money's on the robot.
Welcome back, folks, to now what is going to become the second game of the BoomTV Proving Grounds. Zephyr, we got a really exciting game one, and I'm happy, I am excited, and I am only curious as to how it can improve from here.
I mean, I'm excited to see as much play as I can, but I honestly gotta say, we gotta give more credit to the boys over there on G2, from their aggressive early kills onto C9 to their hold of these last and final circles. They absolutely dominated the competition in that first round, if you're just joining us, though. But as for us, though, we're gonna be making a move towards this second round now, as we're already hot and ready.
Yeah, we just go, we
going.
do not stop, and we're right back here with C9, the team that you just mentioned, is hoping that they can get a few more placement points this time around, maybe a few more kill points as well if we want to start that action up early.
Oh, absolutely. You can still play for kills, but of course, after their punishment against G2, or the punishment that G2 pulled against them there, I have to admit, they've got to go a little bit further.
They certainly do. Setting themselves up for success here in Fragment West, and should actually have a pretty easy time of it when it comes to the rotations, because you can alternate in the spot that they're in right now between trying to play Gatekeep for Fragment East or just pushing in for the zone.
For now, though, we do get a first take on that zone there, a big wide circle towards our western end here, and playing off of course, that fragment that we just discussed, and also a majority of Train Yard and, of course, Skyhook.
This is probably the dream spot for a lot of Kick as well. They've got themselves an amazing position, although I believe, if my eyes do not deceive me, I'm squinting right now that the Knights are up there as well, maybe looking to take a few fights for some early positioning, hole up in a building somewhere, because Skyhook is going to be the land to rule for the next few minutes.
We talk about Knights to rule, and, I mean, we talk about places to rule, and I immediately piece together the concept of Knights if we're talking about something, you know, medieval there. So I guess that's where my mind's at right now, Dia, if I could give you.
Well, you know what? I like it. I want to take a minute, though, to interrupt your flow of thought, as beautiful and majestic as it may be, Zephyr, to talk a little bit about, now that we're getting into Game 2, what these teams are fighting for. Because some people may have just joined us. They may have been a little bit late. They might have been like, oh, hey, Proving Grounds, what's this? Well, guys, this is the top of Apex Legends right now, and these teams are competing for what, Zephyr?
Well, they happen to be competing for a $5,000 prize pool, all split up. I believe first place gets that $2,500 into cut on cut there for the rest for the top three. It actually brings up a good question regarding how these teams might play out these circles, depending on how that prizing is split, but that's a topic for another time, I would say.
and it really makes the question, how are you going to break into that top three? We got a taste of who it might be in that last game. Definitely our supposition right now, having not looked at the scoring sheet myself, Zephyr, is that G2 is on top. We haven't had a whole lot of time between games to check that one out, but as soon as those scores get updated, you guys are going to know. We're going to get a chance to see who's really the head honchos of this lobby. Pan over, though, to Mistro, as I'm going to continually mispronounce their name, and that's going to be totally all right with us. We've got the Revenant, we've got the Octane here, we've got a squad that is looking for kills.
I was about to say, this is probably one of the more aggressive compositions that you have to run here, and to be honest, it didn't work out too well for Mistro into their first round here. They didn't find any points, and they were actually the first team to be eliminated from the entire tournament there.
And of course, remember that was them trying to play exactly this style. So I think right now you're hoping that you don't run into the likes of a G2, because this comp does excel at playing edge, at putting squads in difficult positions, but they're not very good at holding a push when it's against them.
We'll see how they fare. It was the edge that did them in last time, so I hold my hope for rosters that pick out that Revenant when they run through with the Octane or whomever it may be to get those aggressive tendencies on the board. You don't tend to see them play those comps because it definitely plays off of high micro skill potential. For now, though, taking a look back towards north.
Yeah, this is an interesting position. We could get a fight here. We're not going to, I'm going to say, because these teams want to play a little bit more conservatively than your average solo queue team, but it's exactly what we saw earlier. Raising your claws, letting people know that you're there, and you're happy with the position to hold up here in drill site. It provides you a really nice rotation into Skyhook. It's also in that second ring that we've gotten a chance at seeing based on the really nice bloodhounds and such that we've got around. Team 18, though, getting pushed right now. I know who they are. I'm gonna figure it out as you take this fight.
While he figures out who this may be, I might make a slight announcement, say it's Major Pushers, as they are the ones being pushed upon here. You see that door crash out, and they're actually on the opposite end from Kangarna, I believe, here, as together taking a look on the outskirt there is, of course, punished. For now, though, I think they're just resting, Dia. They've holed up. They've calmed down.
I like that they're giving Together Q the shields, right? Because they don't want to push out of this area. They've got the Crypto, who's going to be able to farm up a little bit of damage as well. But Gibraltar really, really good at leveling up those shields, given that he's got the arm to keep himself a little bit more resource happy during the game. Being able to scout out, of course, who's around you as well, going to provide you a little bit more safety while we pop over to Epicenter, where it looks like we're getting Farm Boys up against C9.
But C9 holds the advantage in my personal opinion here in Epicenter. They've already got that high ground advantage to play off of the bottom end here. And while Farm Boys do have complete and utter sight lines available, I don't think any kill potential will come through. Granted, it's all for the Evo charge.
This is my favorite spot on the map. I drop here every time. Like Epicenter and C9.
You forced me to come along, Dia.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, no, we can't drop Hot Zephyr. We're playing for placement like it's pro.
While Dia reminds me of our utter failures here in Apex Legends when we hit ourselves onto the World's Edge map. For now, though, we make a return back to Major Pushers, and they've actually managed to push out, some would say.
Yeah, they've got a nice position, and like we said earlier, I'm not expecting them to be super contested in this corner. A lot of these squads aren't going to take the 50-50, and as you see two squads on either side of them, that's the big deciding factor. Because as soon as one person commits to taking down Major Pushers, chances are you're going to take damage, chances are you're going to get third-partied, and that costs you your placements, your kills for the game.
It's all fair points being made here, and I honestly could not disagree. But really, past that ideal here, you have to wonder, you've got the zone closing out in such a great position. You see the recon provided there that shows that right on the edge play here off this drill, they are going to be catching what is the edge rush from teams like C9, like Farmers, as they come in from the eastern edge.
And some people might look at this and go, I like their position here. I personally think it's a little bit risky given their shields. I don't think they have too much of a choice, but definitely being caught in a spot where the ring is coming to you and you're already sandwiched against two other teams has a lot more risk than it does reward when it really comes down to it. As we pan over to Kashera, though, this is actually a really nice spot because Skyhook is a lot easier to play around in terms of getting sandwiched, playing with high ground.
Well, it's such a nice spot that there's multiple entities here. Of course, we touched on that a little bit when we discussed drops. For now, though, New Esports taking a little bit of the poke and fight. Granted, they're holed up as much as anyone could be as it currently stands for these circles, but anything past that, I don't know, D. It's a bit of a lull for me.
I'm really enjoying this caustic crypto thing, though. We've seen a few teams running it so far, and it's a departure, to be certain, from the Bloodhound Octane that we're so used to seeing as the bastion of competitive Apex. But it also gives you, in a way, a totally new way to play the game that really comes into its best form when we get building zones like this.
Right, which its best form is in these building zones, which actually begs to the question, if it's not in one of these building zones, I feel like it can be one of the worst to play through. Granted, you have that Nox gas grenade that can really stir up the contest as you go into some of these tighter ends, and we'll have to wait and see if Postco is able to pull off something like that. But for now, I think the circle has bode them well for the entire round as a whole here, taking a look at some of those recons that we've already gotten a taste of.
I mean, we're already most of the way through round 2, and nobody's gone down, so already a much quieter game than last time. I'm liking this positioning as well. This is actually, for those of you who don't know, this is Flights of Fancy, and Uako, the player we're on right now, personal fan because, well, he's the only Spanish player we got in the tournament.
And some crazy thoughts, if you guys want some narrative for this squad here, they actually played majority under the name of Succubus, I believe, in our first tournament here at the Proving Grounds, and they performed pretty well, placing, I believe, 8th. But for now, though, looks like the Farmer Boys struggling in the fields.
Yep, they're taking on another squad here. Looks like Mercy's going to be taken down, formerly of the Pittsburgh Knights, but it will ultimately be that entire squad wiped out. The Farm Boys are going to go down, and interestingly enough, it's to that Revenant Octane that we talked about earlier.
Ooh.
This is a great start for the squad.
Well, Commanda finding success taking out the Farmer Boys, but the third-party pinch is available. You already see Storm down on the edge, and Emerson here with Snookum. Definitely two entities that have the ability to go for high mobility escapes, but looking at how they've sustained themselves, you gotta ask if they're gonna be even able to find their way back out of this situation. I think gotta be careful if they're delivering towards this beacon. It's quite the hot spot when you pull down one of your teammates.
It certainly is, and while it is pushable and while it is holdable, it doesn't look like they've hurt anybody here, and the respawn is imminent. So the real concern right now is whether you're going to be able to get relevant loot back onto your Bloodhound, because this isn't Game 3 of North American ALGS where Bloodhound is going to melee 2 people to death. This is definitely a little bit more wide of a circle where it really is going to matter whether you have those heals and shields picked up.
See how it pairs out. Mistro here in the train yards, though, on the very edge. Gonna have to try to play out here as they're actually covering what is a rush out of this train hole here.
I like the silence being thrown down behind as well. Gonna provide some pseudo cover to Mistro as they play on the edge of the ring, but a drop down from above takes them by surprise and wipes them out as Navi take the kills.
Navi making good pushes, playing off of the high ground advantage that they were controlling here on train yard, and like you said, easily pumps out that full squad wipe. Whew. And it's funny because Navi, if we actually kind of give them an analysis off of their first round play, remember they were holed up on that sorting factory and they weren't making any aggressive moves. And now look at this, you've got Kohai on the hard push. They're playing with the Octane in a much more forward sense of action.
And I really like giving them a difference in playstyle here, because that also leads into exactly what they spoke to us about before we got into the tournament, which was that they are a flexible squad, that they're willing to play edge when it does come down to it. And seeing that game 1 didn't go in their favor, they've swapped things up going into game 2, and hopefully this one will net them a little bit more. It's already gotten them at 2 kill points and can only go up from here, right?
Oh, absolutely. Honestly, I love seeing that. You talk about the flex that's available, and honestly, a team being able to switch the mindset like that, turn of a dial, that's professional right there.
Definitely playing a little bit slower right now, though, going for the high ground, wanting to play a little bit, what is it called, longer range, might bite them, as there are a lot of squads that have their eyes on this zip line. The rest of Navi, choosing to go in a different direction, though, are going to pull their Octane right back over. Should be able to escape with the high mobility, but big chunks coming through.
Good chunks to play off of the long shot there, but for now, I think their worries more in front of them. Remember, we've got squads like Major Pushers and players like Yuako holding up this area. I mean, you see that drone dive, at least that's good improve.
Yeah, I think they know now. I think, yeah, because that was something that's announcing your presence to a whole nother level. Pan back over here, though, and this is also a really nice spot inside of that skyhook. You get to play edge, and you get to play with really, really nice high ground at the same time. I am envying this squad.
Yeah, AMV, notably, they were on the eastern side of G2 in our first round here, and while they made it pretty far here into the last round, it's the positioning them that got them there. So to see them back on a high ground, great play off of the skyhook area, no surprise.
to AMV up on the high ground there. They spot out a crypto in the corner, but aren't going to choose to push this just yet, as in the kill feed, New are doing pretty well for themselves, and Kungarna take one down with them. Kungarna EU, of course, getting an additional knockdown. We'll see if that ends up resulting in the kills, but it's definitely resulting in a push up here.
AMV looking to contest what is this second building available, and no offense, they've got to make some more appropriate moves here. As you take a look at that next circle, it's on the far western side of Skyhook, and while they do hold great position for now, I don't think they want to be one late to make a rotation.
That one's gonna be a tough thing to hold it down. Although nice shots connecting off the longbow, don't quite get a knock, but might still be enough to push this squad into a little bit of a happier position when it comes to that next ring. A lot easier to push off of this building than it is that big, tall one in the center. The EVA 8, though, in the building is going to net them one last kill onto the last member of 69 IQ.
69Q, though, they still got the member available here on the top end as they come up. Mooney taken out here. Now on the drop, they're trying to see if they can play off of the line available to find any pump available onto Act or Voltic as he slides into the building here. There's not much left for them as it shreds on the back end. You see that shield already down. It's the actual totem on the top end that saves the Remnant on the play here.
Yeah, that Revenant push is deadly right now. It already takes down one, but it's not nearly... Oh, it is nearly enough.
It is enough.
On 1 HP, Emerson is able to pull that out.
Emerson finding the last possible moment to get those kills, but the circle may be spelling doom for them as it continues to close there on that push. Or my apologies, I misread that one there. I got a bad whiff of the apparent FFX there.
Got 15 seconds for them to make their move, though. Going to be able to loot up safely, get themselves not only healed, but with a little bit of meds to secure them and safe on their journey. Now needing to push out into the next zone. Don't have that Revenant ultimate to work with, so need to rely on just their wits to get them in a nice position, a nice holdable building for the next push.
Oh, they're already on the move here, and granted, they've got the mobility, of course, with that Octane, but with no building held just yet, they're definitely going to be contesting for position off rotation. You can already see the charge taking Emerson low and actually down for the count here off of the rush. They can't find their way in the building, and while they do break a few shields, and you see the EV8 pumping through, Storm, the only one left alive to contest for his squad. With the shield down, he's one knock away from elimination here, and granted, the opposite member of that team's available to punish out with information. Sadly, as ring closes in, this is it for Storm.
Just fried to death on
That's
the
gotta
outside,
suck.
leaving 11 squads left. The story continues for this match, and G2, they're still in it. They're still looking for the win, as they've already very much had a nice success in game one. Now, once again, playing this aggressive style, might be looking for another squad wipe.
I'm not sure if that's Kicker, if that's Kungarna. Either way, G2 wants it, looking to third party off of the back end here. Designful with an immediate knock. You got the opposite end with the Gibby, but the rotation on the back end from Azalta secures the kill there onto Kungarna EU.
And unfortunately for them, that's going to be the end of the journey. All three of those members now down, now leaving us with 5 squads in this final circle. Still a pretty big one with a lot of area to play, but certainly going to be some fights breaking out relatively soon. And there's not exactly an easy rotation here for G2, so they might get caught.
Oh no. And honestly, we're seeing some familiar names coming into this top 5. Once again, Ghost, who's actually hilariously second right underneath G2 in terms of the point scoring, once again making it thus far. Apex is not a consistent game, but these players make it look like it is.
And that's what's so beautiful about the high level, is the ability to make things in what is otherwise a very random situation look so ridiculously clean. And that's exactly what Ghost are doing right now, able to control the RNG and make it move in their favor. Right now, are holding down what is honestly one of the best spots in the zone. They've got no worries outside of high ground being taken.
Absolutely, and that's why you've got 6 on the bottom end, trying to make sure that no one goes for any particular rush while the rest of his squad is complete coverage of this building. They've got quite the lockdown. They want to make sure that no one gets a hold here.
It's actually a pretty tough building to hold. We're going to take a moment, though, to pan over to G2, who have managed to find themselves some good cover in the corner, even using that mobile respawn beacon for a little bit of extra. Are going to be able to really wait this one out, although the defensive barrage coming in, they're forced into the zone right here, and it's between a rock and a bunch of missiles, Zephyr, that might spell the end of them.
And it might spell the end, but that dome is still available. Resulta holding on for quite a while. Even still, though, gentrifying is taken out from the long end there. And surprisingly enough, that building we just discussed, it's got 2 squads still sitting on top. Ghost and Kick.
Got Knights pushing it on the other side, though, so up on the top, Kick are going to be split in their attention, still looking for kills on both sides, might get neither, and they're going to have to drop a bubble of their own to keep themselves alive in the midst of this next defensive bombardment on top of the building. This is the risk of the high ground, but they're holding on.
Well, for now, they honestly look like they're in a great spot. Granted, like you said, attention split, but look at the shred there from Limac.
So much damage coming through as well. Limac barely able to survive with the help of the gold shield, and everybody else still holding on up here, but it's very limited cover, and G2 are coming in to take it from you.
G2 slide in at a moment's notice, play off of the third-party advantage, but Divite will already taken out, but a quick revive from the Golden Gibby makes sure that he is healthy and ready to go.
Mindful gets a little bit of that extra HP as well. Gets a shield swap here and actually finding themselves in the best spot now because they've eliminated one of the sources of pressure themselves that was pushing out Kick.
And honestly, I think G2's in the best position to hold this one off. Granted, Ghost is right below them, and honestly, this circle's not going to force anybody, but of course, that third entity across the side there from having to contest this build.
No way G2 pulled this out twice in a row. In some massive odds right here. They've actually made it to this top 3 spot. And they could actually find this, especially with the wingman doing such incredible damage over there. Designful still going to play for the high ground, and this is the patience that they need because you can't really push out over into this fence. You just got to wait this next minute that seems like an eternity for the ring to close.
Anyway, we haven't even discussed Ghost, who's still in the building below them, just biding their time for when they're all forced to start the contest. Designful on the side here looking for any chance to find a shot as it's actually going to be gentrifying, laying down that portal here. It's actually the Pittsburgh Knights.
Yeah, this is interesting they choose to both drop their bubbles right now, and Ghost on the inside of the building have to be going, guys, what's happening? And they're going to find out sooner rather than later as that circle starts to close in, and G2 are going to have to vault this fence. It's the Knights that come around over the corner there, looking for a way to vault them out, but instead, they expose themselves, and G2 take the fight.
G2, though, down for the count as Ghosts capitalize off of their rush, finding themselves their own victory.
Absolutely wild that they're able to pick that one up, and it looks really good for G2, but they're not quite able to pull that out in the end because third parties do be third parties, man. That one hurts, and Ghost are going to rise from the ashes here.
As I say, it's crazy enough, G2, while they don't find themselves their own victory, it's actually the second place from last match that goes for the flip-flop, finding it for themselves. And I don't know, Dia, we've got quite the game on our hands here for the tournament as a whole. Ghost v G2, 2 entities that I didn't even expect to be playing or keeping it this high core.
They're just ignoring everybody else. They're like, 18 other squads. What? No, it's just us here. We're gonna be fighting over the top 2 squads, and I wonder, honestly, if anybody could break into it because 2 games in a row with very similar team-wise endings is a little bit spooky, even to start us off. And the fact that G2 and Ghost are already playing what seems to be the top of anyone's game right now could very well just put them in an indomitable position. We got 8 games, but those can go by very quickly.
Absolutely. I gotta give credit to entities like Pittsburgh Knights, who surprisingly shored up a lot of their weaknesses and actually came through to place third at the very, very end here after a very poor start in round 1. So mad props to themselves as a whole as well.
All right, well, before we get into Game 3, Zephyr, I want to give not only the teams, but ourselves a little bit of time to take a break, take a breather, perhaps get some water looking at you, Zephyr, because Game 3 is only going to be more exciting, going to require more yelling, so we'll be back in just a few minutes.
This is my kind of event. Let's get wild, huh? Let's go. Move with it, move with it, move with it. Down low, too slow. It's gonna be extreme.
No, I don't play by the rules. Give 'em
This
my
way,
hands
let's
the
go.
blues. The heavy, 'cause I never left.
Stimmed up and ready to burn.
You're straight out of luck. I'll add you to my kill count.
It's showtime. I'm overflowing with excitement.
Get ready to stitch him up. Figured you'd be dead by now.
Don't try this at home. Unless you want to have cool legs like me. Careful, the floor is lava. You look like a clown, bro.
My biggest fan's gonna love that.
Sometimes you gotta take the bull by the horns.
It won't make a difference.
We're on a roll, chica.
Let's take this win. It's go time.
You and me, friend. My money's on the robot.
All right, welcome back, folks, as we are ready and waiting to get into the third game of the day. Game 1 and Game 2, Zephyr, have already been very, very exciting, but as we get into Game 3, I'm also pretty excited to find out what our actual updated leaderboards say about who's in the lead.
Absolutely fair on that, and we'll be taking a look, of course, as we actually make our way here into our third round, as it's actually very hot on the drop, and you can take a look. G2 and Ghost, surprisingly, even though G2 finished second off of that second round there, they still hold first position.
Now, of course, remember that it's not just the prize pool that's up for grabs here. During the regular game, you as a viewer can wander around, check out these players, and grab some clips to help them claim bounties for the games that include things like Best Snipe Shot, Best Arc Star Stick, and of course the Team Wipe. They can all get them a little bit of extra cash, so keep your eye out, not just on our stream, but everywhere else where squads are covering the Proving Grounds to be able to get a little bit more for these players.
I already know on the back end here, we've already started to get a few clips in. So if you want to keep competing, some of those better clips we'll be taking a look at and actually deciding which one is winning the official bounty. So just don't think, oh, it's 4 hours into play here. There's probably already 500, 600, 700 clips already inputted in. No, we want to take a look at all and make the best decision there.
Absolutely. With volume, you only get more quality. It's a numbers game here in the content of Apex Legends. As we're taking a look at these squads that are up at Drill Site, however, I do want to keep an eye on whether there's actually a hot drop here as well, because we got that last game, right? We had 3 squads in this area. I believe it was Kongarna, EU, Flight of Fancy, and was it Kick up here?
Major pushers.
No, Kick was Skyhounds. Major pushers, yeah.
Ooh.
Pen over 2 kicks though, and they're in
Go
combat. I'm just hyped about Trials. I just like Trials.
Alright, I was gonna say, Trials are pretty rad, and I feel so bad for the Prowlers. They always never know what to do. Doors are so confusing.
It would actually be way more fun if they could leave Trials.
Yeah.
So you could just, instead of like claiming the loot for the last round, just unleash them as this sort of X factor on the rest of the map. That would be peak Apex Legends.
Dia's thinking about adding PvE enemies to the game that you can send on your foes. You know what? I'm all for it, Dia. But for now, it's looking like Cybec is all for the end here. Looking like a major rotation there from Flight of Fancy coming off of the back end. I did not expect him to go this hot.
Yeah, the Spaniard finishes them off there, and that is a great start for them, and a sad start for Kick, because you really could have used the backup of the Prowlers he just murdered, eh?
It definitely would have done him justice, but for now, Kick maybe gonna have to look to reap vengeance. I love this, though. Jakku spotting out that upper end there. I don't think Flight of Fancy sees them on their own side here of Skyhook, but any kind of rotation to maybe go for a recovery of Cyvek's bounty, or my apologies, his banner, I don't think it will reap any rewards.
Lemek, though, is looking for a way in here. You don't want to give somebody up this early. It essentially takes you out of the running in the later game fights if you can't get that banner and if you can't find the res sooner rather than later. So, wanted to take this risk, but Jakku is going to have to hole up here and keep an eye on that squad up top. Make sure that you don't get pushed and taken down. You don't end up losing 2 members, because that'll really spell your end.
Speaking of squads to keep watch of, it's already looking like we see our first drop of the game. 17 remaining here. It's Aqualix taking out New Esports. Granted, you guys didn't get to see that, of course, on broadcast here on our end, but we like to keep you updated just as much.
Oh no, Limek goes down. This is actually a story in 2 parts for Kick, as very soon we're going to get that third one, but Flights of Fancy very happy to get themselves those additional 2 KP, move themselves up in the standings, because starting a game off like this, you can already see it pays off in the loot.
And it's crazy. You talk about releasing the Prowlers at any given point, honestly, he did just that. It's just the Prowlers' names are Flight of Fancy, and they're about to run your squad down.
They're
Which
terrifying
honestly is
here.
very different, though. We notably saw Flight of Fancy, like you said, hold up in that sky. Or my apologies, I'm dropping the ball here on the name, but they were holed up
Countdown.
in that
Or drill
second
site,
round in Countdown drill site, and as a result, granted, it was quite the push at the end from Congarno. That was once again then finally wiped out by G2. But the fact that they didn't go for those heavy rotations really forced them into a poor position on that final edge play there. This time around, looking much more aggressive, which is what I like to see out of these squads. They're definitely starting to take more forward stances coming into these later games.
And well, they're playing pretty far on the edge. 69 IQ, very deep in the center of the circle. Even on the second one here, right outside of Sorting Factory.
Wow.
They may not have the shields to back them up, but their position is actually a really nice one to be able to play gatekeeper to a lot of the squads that are going to come in from the north.
And remember, this is a squad that has performed incredibly well into our qualifiers here at BoomTV. The last 5th and 6th one, or technically 3rd and 4th, they were able to pull off double wins. Granted, we almost saw G2 do the same thing, so I don't know how much that narrative holds up.
I'm sweating just thinking about it, although right now, I'm going to take a moment to appreciate Navi as well. We've talked about them from game to game, and you know what? I'm gonna keep giving them lip service here because they've changed up their play style once already and might be doing it one more time to try and get themselves a little bit better of a position here because they haven't quite found that special sauce that works for them just yet.
No, I hold out my hopes just as much as you. For now, Max Straith, he might be suffering physically, but he definitely finds the shots when he needs to here on the Apex map.
Yeah, for those of you who may be missing a little bit of context as well, Max Drave got a second vaccine today, so definitely not in the most physically happy place. Although, oh my lord, Abralele!
Abralele decimating Seismic here, and you see Stay Naughty finished that one up off of the end of what was Harvester there. Granted, we don't see any more follow-up on that one, but no, we pull back and we're returned to Zach Mazer, taking out Tower.
They have really taken something here. Something is in the water, the energy drinks. I don't know what it is, but Cloud9, they are pumping it up for this third game of the day. Enough with the lower placements. They want to take the win, and they want to do it convincingly.
They're not the only entity with a letter and a number in their name, all right? They want to find themselves in that top 5 at least coming out of this one. Granted, I don't think the final member of that squad has fallen, but granted, I could be completely wrong off of the M watching how leisurely they take the pace here on all these boxes. Yeah, I'm completely wrong. They wiped them. They wiped them.
Actually, so I mean, whether they wipe them or not, you're not going back to contest that.
Oh, yeah, it's all good.
Imagine you get lasered by a wingman, and you're like, oh, you know what? I think I'm actually going to push right back into that. I think unlikely here. C9, though, they get to retreat back into what is a great spot around Harvester, and while it may not be the best spot in the ring just yet, I could see it evolving into it if they keep playing lasering people down like this.
And to keep everyone on the same page, G2 awarding themselves another squad here on that upper end of the kill feed, taking out Mistro here into wherever they may possibly be. So once again, I re-announce this one. A letter and a number seems to be the meta of the game right now.
Absolutely. I mean, it's what gets you wins in esports. If you don't have a letter number, I simply do not know what you're doing. Cloud9 though, they know what they're going for right now. Looking for those long-range shots. Maybe not the Mastiff, picking them back up the 30-30 repeater. Seems like a little bit better of a tactic.
I am curious to see who was on that push. You can spot it out right now off the back end, as you do see finally the dome come out here. This Octane, though, looking for pressure onto Zach Mazer. Great usage of the wall here as they award themselves their first knock in response there. They didn't quite catch the name, but it's a start to the end.
Meantime, G2 are taking a bloodbath of their own, while Cloud9 are put in a difficult spot. They can't actually push back onto Flights of Fancy, who get to do that for free and repeat off this high ground that very well can become a god spot later on. It's likely not going to, or rather, it certainly won't be in that final ring, but it's really, really nice to be able to laser people down from the high ground for now.
the crazy thing is the eastern end of Harvester is also equally populated here, so I don't even know if Cloud9 recognizes the fact that there could be the potential for third-party action, but for now, they're just on the eaps of the edges here and just looking to pump up as much damage as they can.
They were a little bit split on the call before that push that almost took Zach Mazer down. He was completely alone, and that's something that I think they're likely going to address and immediately correct, because that kind of mistake in a higher pressure situation in a little bit smaller of a ring could very well have taken them down. Right now, though, they're still in a war with Flights of Fancy, paying no heed to the fact that anybody could come back in behind them. We'll see if that bites them later on.
Right, and honestly, it's the same name of the game here for Flight of Fancy. They've got to watch what is behind them as well, as this circle's about to begin to close in roughly 10 seconds. Any major rotation could spell the end, as they themselves are pinched out here on the outskirts of Drill.
And I find myself asking the same question that I know every squad on World's Edge is asking themselves right now, and that is, where on earth are G2? Well, unfortunately, they're in the kill feed.
How dare you announce it in such a vulgar way? And it's happily Navi who finds those successful kills. So maybe our lip service was a working there, Dia.
It's been paying off here. They might be looking to take that top spot. For right now, they're wiping out too. We'll see what else they get going. But for right now, it's Flights of Fancy to have that Rev Totem back up. They're going for the push, and Hikara gonna throw out that nade here, wait for the squad, and be able to get a little bit more damage down before he resets at the totem.
Yeah, a bit of a shame to see that reset come out so early there. Usually want to play forward, but now Yuako there able to get the first knock, as finally Hiraka on the back end from Totem gets the double off of the Spitfire charge. C9 deleted, removed like C4.
Comes in as the hero there at the end, and Cloud9, we see their last remaining member, Aberlately, trying to survive inside of Harvester, likely going to be taken down soon, but has survived until now. Well, Ronnie takes him down.
Ronnie finding the pickup there, and we talked about these squads on that eastern end of Harvester that were just waiting for a bite. But once again, got to give some huge prop to Flight of Fancy. They changed up the pacing. They play this one out as aggressive as possible, taking advantage of that actual Revenant Octane combo that has blowed so many other squads well. And they're coming out on top, Dia.
Yeah, C9 maybe not as ready for that push either, but now it's Flights of Fancy that are going to have to get themselves into the ring here and don't have a whole lot of time to do so. Just 2 minutes on the clock right now might be enough to get them their next rev. Oh, but if that push isn't successful, you could find yourself in a really tough place.
And granted, we did just find out Ronnie on the end there from CHR, and that is, of course, that Oblivion, or my apologies, Obey Alliance squad. Granted, that's not the name that they're running for this tournament, and they currently hold third place position. So we'll have to wait and see. For now, though, making a return to MSP or Ghost. Some of us more formally
speaking of names, we keep going back and forth between these two. They've still got a really nice spot, though, right on the edge of ring, and high ground no less, to be able to play around laser down shots and look for kills or Evo shields. Likely not going to result in anything until that ring starts closing, though.
Right, and Ghost, one of the few remaining squads here. Granted, we did just talk about CHR available on their end as well, and this might be the round where you see them supersede the position that G2 has bolstered for themselves in this tournament as a whole. But for now, Commanda trying to find themselves further up, and they're already pushed back here. The totem not going to last for long.
Ooh, okay, the Revenant climb, though, catches them off guard, and almost Emerson finds a knock. Doesn't quite get it, though, and it's going to be Storm with a little bit better of a positioning up here on the high ground, but ultimately, no way to push back onto Ghost, no way to rid themselves of the Thorn in their side. Instead, they might be taken down themselves. I'm not sure if that was a knock, but as we pan back to the kill feed, you could see that it was, and Emerson gets taken down while Panders goes down to finish.
Yeah, looking to take this one further. He's got the auto down, finds it onto Snookums, turns it around with the Volt, and wipes the entire squad here from Commanda.
Unfortunately, their journey will end here, and MSP do not suffer at all. They don't even give up their position to do it. You claim 3 kills and are able to hang on to the territory that comes with it. The rest of the squad You're looking for a little bit more here as Panders is going to be able to play fairy between the death boxes and the rest of the team.
Let's scan this.
I like that, by the way. You see Panders there hold position to make sure that they still have the advantage of that high ground, while also, of course, giving Six and, of course, Metroda the ability to walk into this and take what they want.
They got plenty of time as well. The ring isn't even excluding these boxes, so you're going to be able to hang out, do whatever you need on the corner here, and see who else ends up taking a fight with the very terrifying MSP. 11 squads remain as we're just about reaching that 4th round here, so the push is not super quickly coming in, although we pan over to a place where the push is happening, and Uhako on Flights of Fancy looking for way up.
Oh, we make a return to one of the best spots on the map. Look at the stick there as we see the knock here for Kangarna. Haraka unable to find anything further. Oh, they don't get the knock that they want as Navi's the ones actually to start the capitalization here, playing off of that defensive bombardment. Now they look to take it further here onto Flight of Fancy, and they already find a knock on Haraka.
Making it a kill as well. Navi are going to be able to continue pushing this in, using their utility to make sure that this push is safe. You can see the burn damage coming in, and unfortunately, this is looking to be the end, and Navi are going to put themselves a little bit further on the kill feed. Actually ditching, though.
Wait, no,
now taking a little bit of a reset.
Right, they drop back. They didn't find the kills that they wanted, and as a result, Nesh goes down. Granted, Haraka wiped out. They turned that. They were able to find... They actually get the revive, too, of course, here on Haraka. What was a third-party rush from Navi went so wrong.
This is actually really, really crazy to be able to see that, because most teams aren't able to pull something like this out. Turning it around on Navi, even getting a kill off of being third-partied is nearly unheard of at the highest level of play, and that's what Flight of Fancy are playing at right now. They might have, in the meantime as well, gotten themselves that Arcstar stick, because I saw that up top.
I did see that.
Yeah.
That was a hot one to start off the end of Kangarna there. And yes, while we saw it closed up by Navi, one big thing to note here is that Navi, I don't think we're able to pull off the banner there on Nesh's death, so still going to be rocking it 2-3 against here off this push.
There's a res coming in as well, so potentially a kill. I think everybody spots going, hey, does anybody want some extra kill participation? It looks like Let's Fancy certainly do. They're trying to push around the side here, right next to this little snake leading out of Harvester. They get themselves some nice low ground in the ring, but they'll need to play a little bit defensively here.
This is quite the spot for themselves here. Flight of Fancy, though, might be pressured out of it. You see that dome come down, and what I would say is a very early take there.
With this portal going, all right, it's just a little bit of a reposition out of the tunnel. Nothing super special. The Kraber, though, could really throw some spice into the mix up top.
Oh?
Mercy looking for these last shots with the farm boys. See if that ends up resulting in anything, as the knocks are coming in. They're going to let that fighting go down up there, keep holding their angles up top.
Right, and we, just to touch on it, and saw, of course, our Flight of Fancy take down, I believe, a squad member, Mooney, from AMV there. So, quite the tight space below them. You can see it there on the mini-map right now.
I'm actually so tense as to see whether farm boys decide to drop down or not, because
They could drop
we have
so
seen folks turn this before. If that thermite finds its mark, they're going to know that there are red shields awaiting them, and still delaying on this push, as that's a lot of chunk onto Farmer Lucas, and they may just have to drop down to save themselves positioning because the farm boys have been discovered.
Farm boys are taking a little low, impulsive, losing everything there off a back-end rush. Good Kraber, though, on response from Mercy. He's going to have to pop down that dome to make sure he picks up the beacon for something, at least, hopefully, for impulsive here. But you're right, Dia. They've got to be careful.
Not nearly enough, and right now it's Farm Boys, oddly enough, to find themselves in a tough spot. Flights of Fancy just below them, though, claim yet another kill, and I believe that was the squad wipe as well. So 8 squads remaining up here, leaving Flights of Fancy with the kill leader in a crazy game to back them up.
Look at this, all red to boot as well. They are so strong. You see a jump pad pulled out here. Granted, this is wide for the positioning. They don't know who might be around them. They turn their attention back to the farm boys. Granted, the pinch is totally available directly behind this spot.
Flights of Fancy are playing like madmen right now, and holy moly, the Spitfire really backs it up as Hikara tries to take fights with two different squads, one on top, one on bottom, and he's still not taken down. Navi are the ones under fire here. They might be taken out with just Max Trave and Korea left alive. It's not going to be enough. They're going to be taken down by these mad lads playing the edge of the ring.
Flight of Fancy doing an absolutely insane job of taking the whole point contest here, and they take what was a massive pull off of the train end and just wipe anyone who made or came through for that push. I was wondering, why are they going for the deep dive off of the play on Octane's jump pad, and they were awarded a victory due to their rush into zone there.
Okay, that dome is going to be enough to buy them a little bit more time, but pushing into Aqualix and well, looking into the squad, I'm trying to figure out what those names are, is going to be a tough one. Wow. They do have, I believe, the totem left up to them. Defensive bombardment ready as well. Flight of Fancy genuinely could take this fight, as tough as a spot as it looks.
We'll have to wait and see. Granted, the totem going to be the big X factor here into this next fight, but honestly, if Haraka keeps landing the Spitfire like he's been doing, I don't think it matters. You see that jump pad come out immediately here. They take high ground advantage. Granted, Haraka going low for the auto. He loses his positioning there for such a heavy rush, but I don't think they're done.
But yeah, Uako got the knock and is holding up the high ground right now, so it's actually a great situation. Shades is going to be knocked in the meantime, and Aqualix, they're just trying to hold out inside the building. The Crypto Drone is going to do what scouting it can right on top there, spotting out the biggest problem that they face to date. Aqualix have almost no answers, and Flights of Fancy, they seem to be coming up aces every single fight!
They might be coming aces up now, Dia, but you have to look at that circle. They're in the complete opposite building that you would want to be. Granted, they're a squad that looks for any kind of fight available, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go for the leap at any point here.
Drone gonna spell a little bit of trouble though, as it takes out the Gibraltar Dome and actually puts them on the receiving end of a lot of deadly knocks. Gas having to play the pillars right now for a little bit more safety. It seems like they're gonna be able to survive, and Uako just playing corner guard right now, but MSP are pushing down onto them. The squad otherwise known as Ghost, they've taken the high ground here, and they're not gonna give it up.
Yeah, Ghost doing a great job keeping control of the back end here. You see Aqualix able to play off of the rush provided there, and they just drop down and clean up squad. Meanwhile, Ghost, MSP, just cleans it up on the top end. No surprise.
It's such a hard push right now for the squad that I can only assume is left inside. The grenades come out, but everybody from Ghost is all ready to take this fight. Looks like it's just over that banister right now, and this should be a Ghost wipe. Major pushers, they're the ones, the silent heroes sitting inside the building.
Granted, there's 3 squads left available. Aqualix down!
Department of your life.
On the very bottom end there. You see the rush here from Ghost. They drop down. They look to go further. Dome on dome action. Someone's got to make the push into this building, and it's going to be 6 on the first start there. Out the building, they come out the bone, zoning them through. Major pushers together, the only one left through and through. A revive playing off the back end of that shield, and it's actually Major pushers who take the victory, I think. I'm not quite sure. We'll have to take a look.
I need to see the names come up.
We need to see the names.
The team too. Okay, it's
what? You're telling me that Sir Dell, hiding underneath all of it, was able to take the victory playing Rat?
I'm crying, Zephyr. This is the craziest ring we've seen so far. He wasn't even spotted at the end there, but the Wraith ends up saving him, and the ability to dodge so much of that ring damage. Aqualix somehow pull it out.
Aqualix in the opposite building, getting aggressed upon by both Ghost and Flight of Fancy, who was hot on everyone's trail this game, managed to sneak Sir Dell into the smallest of corners there. And I'm thinking Major Pushers got this. They have contested zone. They're playing building appropriately. They get the great rush at the very end, and still, Aqualix playing off of Wraith, doing what Wraith does best in the last ebbs and flows of the zone, find victory.
That was absolutely wild, and not the way that I thought the game would end at all. Aqualix as well had gotten themselves a fair share of kill participation moving into this, so they could actually rocket themselves forward in the points, but I'm looking forward to seeing how much a team like Ghost has advanced here, and additionally, where Flights of Fancy ends at the end of all of this. We're going to take a short break to calculate those things right back before we come back with Game 4 with more Proving Ground Season 2 Finals action.
This is my kind of event. Let's get wild, huh? Let's go. Move with it, move with it, move with it. Down low, too slow. It's gonna be extreme.
No, I don't play by the rules. Give 'em
This way, let's go.
The heavy, 'cause I never left.
Steamed up and ready to burn.
No, you're straight out of luck. I'll add you to my kill count.
It's showtime. I'm overflowing with excitement.
Get ready to stitch him up. Figured you'd be dead by now.
Don't try this at home. Unless you want to have cool legs like me. Careful, the floor is lava. You look like a clown, bro.
My biggest fan's gonna love that.
Sometimes you gotta take the bull by the horns.
It won't make a difference.
We're on a roll, chica.
Let's take this win. It's go time.
You and me, friend. My money's on the robot.
All right, guys, welcome back to the Proving Grounds. Season 2 finals here, Zephyr. I'm still collecting myself after what was an insane end to Game 3, an insane shakeup of the standings for Game 3 overall.
Yeah, if you weren't tuning in, you'll have to take a look at that VOD at some point. Aqualix managing to slip through at the very end, playing off of one member, I believe Sir Dell, able to play out that zone to the very brief second there. And honestly, it blew our minds. It probably blew anyone who was watching minds. But for now, though, we're about to get into round 4, and I think we've got to take a look at prizing, Dia.
Absolutely, because it's worth noting that, especially after such an incredibly hyped Game 3, we're going to have more people coming in. We're going to have more people wondering, what's happening here? How can I get involved in this? Well, unfortunately, you can't. The teams are already there, but you will be able to be educated on what these teams stand to win and lose.
The 5K prize pool, first place awarded $2,500, $1,500 for second, and $1,000 for third. Granted, we've got bounties available. I believe it is our best snipe, our best stick with an arc, and our full wipe available for $250 available there. And all you have to do is take a look and send that as well. But for us, whew, our minds are hot on the trails of some major names, not just teams like Aqualix, but also entities that I might just bring up by the name of Flight of Fancy.
Oh my, bro, Flight of Fancy they were cracked that game, and I know that I was like happy about having them in here because they have a Spanish player, but I didn't actually expect them to play with Spanish anger, and that can only be the thing that I saw fueling them there, because it was a totally different performance what we saw from Game 1, Game 2, and than we've seen from any other squad. Even G2, they always seem like they're in control when they're pushing, but there were moments where I went, Flight of Fancy is surely dead here.
Yeah, Flight of Fancy positioning in a literal corner under tracks there, able to still find success, come out with a massive, massive push into circle, and then just rip and tear through teams like Navi on the bottom end when you thought for sure this would be it for them.
I was actually so certain as well, especially when we saw them wipe G2 earlier on in the game. I was like, no way, it's coming online. But there were some crazy fucking things that happened at that time. Notably, though, we did get some teams walking away with some really nice placements. We talked about major pushers being in those last 3, looking like they almost got away with the win for a moment here. But to take a look at what the standings actually tell, they tell a story that is fraught with tension.
Fraught with tension is a good point to be held there. G2 once again still leading, but tied now with Ghost after their successful push towards the very, very, very end of that last round. While they didn't find a victory, it was awarded, of course, to Aqualix, who managed to rat it out. We finally named ourselves our top 3.
Let's take a look as well at the disparity between 1st and 10th, because that alone tells a story. True. 34 points. I'll do my math right this once. As the difference between 1st/2nd and 10th is a massive chunk there. And you can see teams like G2, Ghost, Aqualix, they're playing really a cut above and consistently throughout these games.
Oh, absolutely. Even while they may not find the successful victory that they want, they're still able to pull out the little position placements, the kills that award them a level of consistency that keeps them at the very, very top. Granted, Ghost, they're hot on their trails, Dia.
I mean, some might say that they're just right next to each other on the trail, just beating the ever-living crap out of each other, because that's what it looks like from this angle, and from the angle that we've been watching the games for so far. G2, they got to come back with a vengeance after that last game, though, because if you're getting knocked out early, Ghost is just going to overtake you. G2 started out way ahead, and they're still doing well, but you got several teams coming for you as the gears start to warm up.
Well, several teams are going to be coming, and especially as they make their way here onto the World's Edge map. Let's take a look here at some of these initial placements. Just starting out, as we take a look once again back at Flight of Fancy.
Holy moly. All right. And to remember this time, they're Team 4. I always mix that up, but in that last game screen where it showed Team 2, I was like, Team 2? We don't have a Team 2 registered, so I'm going to start drawing these lines here. Team 4, Flight of Fancy. Same thing.
Well, hopefully they're able to show us that level of aggression that we got to so gracefully see here in our last round. Granted, for now, back on the drill site, this is where they typically start and go for full rotation. They were able to go for an early start, I believe, into what was the trials area, and I don't think anyone's going to be taking that risk this time.
No, that you'll have learned your lesson there, and I wonder if they actually just try and claim that path for themselves. Perhaps go for a different early rotation because they're sort of the X factor here, and the less you can predict a squad that runs Revenant Octane, I mean, it seems obvious, but the more well set up they're going to be. When this squad can take you by surprise and find unorthodox angles and positions in the ring, that's where they really clearly shine. And coming out of Countdown, that's what I'm hoping they can do. Although they do find themselves in a nice position for the ring.
Well, they find themselves decent. If you take a look at the map right available on your screen there, you're able to see what is going to be the very, very last almost available ring, pushing far on west, primarily focused around that train yard area. Granted, we do see a little bit of some availability on the back end of Lava Fisher too, but for now, most of those squads are going to be having to make a dire move, given that they're not really in the right spot.
It's commitment to playing edge here, interestingly enough, from this squad, because what they could have done, certainly, is take the route south from Countdown and try and secure themselves some nice train yard spots or whatnot. But going for trials here is really saying, all right, no matter what happens, we want to be playing around the edge, we want to be looking for these kills, and with a little bit of gear to boost them up coming out of trials, it should be made all the easier.
And this time around, there's no kick to be held to start this one off. Granted, we might see a possible rotation, as you already see a little bit of the enemy pings come out alive from the upper end that's being covered here from the rest of the Flight of Fancy squad. Granted, I think we've learned our lesson. For now, though, Aqualix currently second in standings, 45 points, tied for first. My apologies, not second.
And they've got a nice spot up here in the train yards as well, with Caustic able to hold the high ground right now. They should be able to farm up quite a bit of their Evo shields, and the one sort of X factor here is how much do you actually have to burn, because resources are going to be taken out of you as well. You can see the shield cells being popped, and that's going to be the big determiner of their success, is how lucky were they in that original train yard drop? Were they able to pick up enough meds?
Well, we'll see pretty clearly here as any poke comes through. Granted, they're going for the more passive play with, of course, that, my apologies, losing it here. Caustic playing out on the upper end and trying to hold what is the little spacing that they have. For now, though, taking a move towards AMV here. They were able to get a finisher off. More than a finisher. Oh, well then, you know you've got time then.
Yeah, you knock out a squad at the same time as this, you get yourself what can only be assumed to be 3 of those KP. I want to check if that's stacked up on everybody else or if it was sort of a rat lying in wait. G2, though, in the kill feed. It's another bad news story. This time they're being taken out by another team entirely, Maestro.
Maestro, they haven't seen too much success. They're currently at the very bottom of the leaderboards available here on the Proving Grounds, but they still are a competitive entity. One to shake up the nature of what we see here as, once again, immediately result of the first one to go down, and now Designful knocked as well.
Yeah, it's not a good news story at all. I think I'm going to have to sneeze, which is really scaring me. Give me a second. Thank you. All right, I'm alive. We made it back, and nobody died in the meantime, which is really the great blessing of this game.
Taking a little bit of a comp here. You've got the presence here, of course, of AMB on the outskirts of what is... we catch the very end, actually. Wait a second. We catch the very end of G2's demise there.
And that is unexpected, to be certain. Coming into this 4th game, I was hoping that they'd be able to take a little bit more of an aggressive stance, but maybe pushing themselves a little bit too hard. We didn't get to see what actually came down on them, but as we're panning over here, we're going to see what ends up going down in the northern end of the map as Wako gets taken out but goes right back to that totem, and once again, it is that ever-terrifying rain coming down on C9 of Flights of Fancy.
C9 here looking worse for wear as now a response. AMV playing off of their own totem, looking to finish this one off. Granted, Mooney already removed. Voltic on the other end. You see them try to go for the hard rush there, and while they don't find what they want, it's finally Voltic that's awarded the knock there onto Zach Mazer.
That's a really nice setup and a really nice execution as well. We haven't gotten the chance to speak too much of AMV, but it seems like we're going to have to hold our breath for Amber Lele to go down as that last Eva shot connects and takes him out.
And be successful in their push, able to third party off of what Flight of Fancy started here. Granted, they're in a great health spot, so any kind of further rush would probably be awarded successfully. But now holding this position, they are ones to be the target.
Now going to be able to loot up, but still a risky spot. They find themselves in the second ring, which is nice, but it's very difficult to push out of this position if you are being watched. So keep your eyes on AMV to see whether they can execute that. Dropping some shield batteries right now. Maybe looking for some more ordinances for the next push, as that totem can't be too far off cooldown.
Not too far. Granted, totem not available for
Flights of Fancy.
Flights of Fancy, correct.
Yeah.
Granted, curious to see, you've already got a wide coverage here from Voltic and the Light. I think they've pretty much washed that countdown area completely for themselves is what I'm seeing there. But now, making a rotation to major pushers, I believe, and they're looking pretty poor as they contest in the vault.
They're being majorly pushed, if you'll forgive the pun right now, and cornered very much so, as that dome is going to drop rather soon, and there's not a whole lot to protect them from the ordinances outside. It seems like, though, the team is ditched, no longer wanting to fight a squad that was so pumped up into a corner, and now looking for a push themselves. They could actually find the kills on Commanda.
Commanda here looking for the escape when available. Granted, they throw that thermite back on the end there to give themselves a little bit of time available, but they're in full position to go for any kind of fight that they want here, as they obviously are looking. So it's tense.
A lot of fire going on in here, and you got to wonder whether or not you're getting third-partied. A nice scan is going to reveal the way forward, and try and see if they can get a little bit more data, perhaps a little bit more damage on to Commanda, who's in front of them right now. The silencing grenade's going to come out to zone them away, but Commanda don't want to retreat anymore. They're comfortable holding the spot, which is an interesting decision, Zephyr.
At the end of the day, it's in zone, Dia, all right? They're able to hold as much as they would like. Granted, we're seeing a third party come through now as Commanda off the back end here have to be very careful. Granted, they're the ones to target, but the rush may be punished out as well. Granted, doing a great job to hold off this push.
Yeah, Maestro are doing really well, though, because they've got that reset with the totem, now able to move in on the softened up squad and know exactly where they are. Sanya's coming in on the flank here, and we'll see whether they can play around this appropriately if we get Commanda holding on right now, trying to play around the cover that Replicator provides.
You see Ranches move forward to drop down Snookum as well. It's a complete wash here of this fight, and granted, we could see the movement available here.
And that, Zephyr, that is why I was wondering why they were holding that spot. Because as soon as the squad comes in from another angle, the third parties open up already, they're wiped.
Well, granted, definitely major pushers being there in that vault area, being able to take cave advantage and just wait it on out, makes it so much easier for any kind of third party to come through. Granted, I'm losing who was on the pullback here, but they definitely backed up to quite, and Commanda, my apologies. I'm looking for, sorry, the other squad. But either way, they went for quite a pullback that didn't garner them really anything, as they only got really the knock on Emerson. Everything else was awarded directly to major pushers there.
Wow, that was a fast and dirty shield swap from Sir Del to try and get back into the action. Likely gonna have to retreat back up to this high ground, though, try and hold that one, as should the squad. As we haven't gotten a chance to talk about this just yet, Zephyr, but you'll remember that a little while ago I was talking about, what was it, the deep pocket principle? Well, I'm gonna pull up another thing that I was learning about from our Team Liquid analyst, and that was that the hermit crab principle exists, and it's that when you leave your spot, whatever other team is around you will rise up to take that spot, and you'll be pushed out. So if you're going to push out, you need to know that you're going to win it. Right now, Aqualix are definitely hedging their bets.
Hedging their bets is for sure, but we already see the rotation towards this forward enemy make a move already. I'm going to bet here with Sir Del that I think they've already pushed out of the cart available there, but Yuki and Naski are no problem to stick around and just hold that high ground for when their sweet, sweet daughter Wraith returns.
Exactly. Sir Del, the master of survival is what I'm going to do temporarily here. Going to return back to the folds up here with the caustic traps to provide a little bit of safety. Spot out a squad flying in the west for a little bit of a reposition. And as we pan over to them, it looks like we're going to potentially get a fight as they're under some heavy fire.
Right, Seismic in a little bit of a poor position. We haven't had a lot of opportunity to talk to the team Sly Movement's crew. Granted, they're one of the last squads that was invited to this Proving Grounds tournament, and in terms of their general outplay, we haven't seen too much out of them. To give you a general idea of where they stand currently on the general team, they're just second below last place, so not too much to behold.
Scrambling for some placement points is at the end of this game, Zephyr, we will have marked our way through halfway in the tournament. You do really want to be getting yourself the placement points now rather than later, relying on the heavy pressure that comes with it. We're going to pan back over to the squad that used to compete under the name Obey. I'm still not sure what's happening here.
Do they currently?
Yeah. Pro players, they just write whatever they want on the team name and it works. But right now they're going to be looking at a little bit of a fight as well.
I have half a mind to call them Chur. C-H-R, Chur. Or even the Chargers.
Cute,
that
right?
sounds raw.
Yeah,
Could you imagine the
cool.
Chargers? They got the Octane with the follow-up on Bloodhound. I mean, they're looking to charge you.
They're looking like it right now, as unfortunately Kick, their charge didn't go nearly as well. They find themselves on the outskirts of Train Yard, under fire from two different spots, and with very little cover to work with. They've survived for now, but with white shields on Yaku, this is not looking like a fruitful position.
Yeah, already looking far too low. I'm curious if Yaku is taken out at any given point. That's maybe a possible res, because sitting at white this late into the squad, it's not something you want to see. But for now, finally, they can return towards the Pittsburgh Knights. They're in a good position after their great play in, I believe, round 2. Granted, middle of the pack for now, but pushing into that top 10 will continue to garner them great position in what we just discussed, that halfway point here of the Proving Grounds tournament.
Their Octane was taken out earlier, hey? You remember that around Train Yards?
I do.
Cat with the boof was taken
yeah,
out.
I could not forget a name like that.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, wait a minute, what is happening here? Apparently a Knights competitor.
Well, we do know that they're looking to fill that last spot, of course, after the removal of Mercy here. So, no surprise to see maybe some unfamiliar entities, to say the least.
Definitely trying some stuff out. Aqualix, though, definitely not playing too much right here. They're doing very safe stuff up in the train yards and managed to hold on to the high ground for now. Still plenty of safety up here and plenty of poke that can come out with the wingman on Sir Del, but it seems like they might be running out of resources there as you see the shield cells getting dropped and Phoenix kits being traded. It doesn't bode too well, and you need to win a fight soon to keep this up.
That's popped out. I am very interested to see where this next circle poses to be, because it's going to make or break the name of the game here for most of these squads, because as it stands right now, we've got a lot of holding going on coming into this round 3.
That's the tough thing, is breaking that. When the circle does start to close in, the way you plan around moving out is we take a wide angle here. That's a crazy angle from Maestro, and they're looking down on the likes of Ghost and what I believe is who was that up at the top there? It was Sly Movement's crew, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. You've got the ends here of Tower and Seismic playing off of that bottom one. They haven't quite moved from their last position. Granted, there's squads all surrounding this area holding out what is the massive open plains here. And this is where you see compositions like the Caustic, who we're so gracefully seeing on that kill feed. Not kill feed, the banners right now as they take shots. We'll definitely start to stem and flow
right now. I'm so completely uncertain of what the game plan is right now. Oh no, they're rooting out that squad that we saw up top, Maestro. I was like, why are they?
Oh, I was about to say, man, they love the banners. Right,
it's Maestro behind it.
Again.
We're dumb. Please flame us in the chat. Actually, interestingly enough, if you want to flame us on Twitter, !Castbox.
Oh my gosh.
You like that one, Zephyr?
What a way to self-promote.
Get in Zephyr's DMs.
Get in my DMs and send me flame about how stupid I am for making a call out like that. I'll take any critiques and delete them immediately because I have a weak spine.
Trust me, Zephyr, I get it, but these players right now, they're anything but weak. Even the positioning right now, looking strong for everyone, honestly. From train yard all the way around, everybody's got a really nice rotation to play around, but it's going to be really tough to center themselves right outside of train yard.
Right. I was going to say, for now, the positioning is looking relatively good, but like we talk about entities like the Ghost Squad here.
Oh, God.
As we see Farmer Lucas and the remnants of the Farm Boys taken out there from far, and actually knocked as well completely. Impulsive Dream, the first to go down in the midst of a firefight there. But to continue on my point, as most of these squads go for heavy rushes, like Maestro right now, delivering the rest of the punishment here to the Fire Boys. You've got Lucas available, but on his escape aid, Maestro finished the remnants of this kill.
And unfortunately for the farmers, they were a little bit too early to the rotation. They were a little bit too sandwiched, and they got taken out early. It's all about the patience game here, and that's exactly what this squad in the corner are doing. Oh, the former Obey squad are
Quote, unquote.
technically still Obey squad. We still don't know. Running around here, they got the shotguns out. Are they going to be knocked out? Was their patience not enough? And it looks like that is going to be the case. It's Aqualix from the high ground. They take them out and drop a portal to get out safely.
Finally on the drop. Granted, they have to play around the back end of this portal here. Ooh, it isn't safe at all there.
For Dow, his survival skills not going to be the difference maker today.
No, absolutely, my apologies, decimated on the back end there. Granted, playing around the last end of this cart, that has been quite the spot of contest for a majority of Aqualix's reign here on train yard, and as a result, they finally go down. But for now, Maestro holding center position here off of good push on to the Farm Boys. Here's how long they're going to be able to hold this one out, though.
Yeah, this is actually really interesting because we haven't seen Maestro in a lot of these endgame circles, and honestly, a lot of these teams are new to the party here in the fourth game in this last little bit, but it's the Knights that we have seen a little bit more consistently here that are looking for the end game push. They've got a really nice spot to be able to edge guard, to be able to play safely, and they are abusing it there with the ordinances.
Woo! Good push from Cat with the boof, able to land those G7 scout shots on the far end of what is, my apologies, Kashera and the rest of his squad there. Granted, I want to make this a point because it's going to be huge if it does come through. Maestro currently at the very bottom of the leaderboard, sitting down with, I believe, literally 1 point to their name. So the fact that they've made it to the last 4 remaining squads and hold that position so dominantly on the back end there, it blows my mind.
Kick, Maestro, Knights, and I believe there's one more squad here as we pan over, and it's new in this corner who need to get out, have that portal at their disposal, but they're being pushed, and Kick are looking to take them out. It's going to be 1 knock, make it 2, and Post kills the last one left alive.
New on the back end, didn't quite go too forward with that entire rush. His post kills on the edge here. Granted, Circle's going to make sure he is forced to walk out of his rock escape aid here, and Kick finishes this one up. Now on the back end, Pittsburgh Knights trying to see if they can finalize any sort of kill here. Cat with the booth being rezzed back up by Bronzy as Maestro finishes off what looks to be the rest of Kick on their aggressive push. Granted, Pittsburgh Knights, they've got the cart to their advantage.
Gotta play this slow because you're gonna be pushed from 2 different angles right now. But these 2 squads that they're facing to fight against each other would be their end, and they both know it, so you've gotta push for this high ground. The question is, who's going to do it first? Cat with the booth holding down one end, and Bronzy holding down the other.
Yeah, Kick on the other, Maestro on your right. Almost got my directions mixed up there, do you? Goes to show how smart I am.
You know what? We can hang on. We can pray for now. The res beacon behind them is interesting, but unfortunately not going to be the focus of the Knights, as they don't have the banner to be able to make themselves those 3 members strong, and they're going to be waiting for either Maestro or Kick to break here. Are Maestro operating on 2 members right now?
Cameron's not doing that great of an opportunity to give me the information that I need, but no, they still got Zeron on the back end, pulling out what is the silencers on that throw. Honestly, Maestro's still in a great position.
This totem could
Yeah.
genuinely determine the game right now. If they can use this at the right time, if they can get a great push off of it, this might be the thing that nets Maestro the game, that moves them up, and the totem is going to get used. They're going to go for that push soon here, but are waiting on entering Death Protection for the push onto Kick, throwing the grenade early here, going for the push. Are they going to be able to clean up the kills? Getting one on Kick and securing themselves even a second. Respawning right back at the totem where they're being pushed by Knights.
Knights looking for some semblance of a kill feed as they wash over Maestro on that push. Granted, the totem did a great job to pull them back here. Now Limek, the only one left through and through here for a Kick. Up he goes, but it doesn't matter. Maestro, after failing time and time again, take a championship, take a victory, and land themselves further here into Game 4.
They finally get the win that they've been coming for, and it couldn't have come soon enough. Now that we've crested that halfway point, they get themselves in the running for one of those top squads. They push themselves to the top half and can make that run into the top couple teams.
Massive praise there to Maestro, holding together with the mental. It has not looked good for this squad time and time again, and yet they still managed to pull it through with a great win. They were the ones who took out G2 at the very beginning of the game. Don't you forget that. That's the one that you're competing directly with, and at the end of the day, they managed to wrap that all the way back around to win.
And what a nice way to cap us off as well, because we've just hit the halfway point, Zephyr. We're about to throw it to a quick halftime break, and then we're going to be back with the second part of the Proving Grounds stream, because the competition is only going to get higher from here, Zephyr.
This is my kind of event. Let's get wild, huh? Let's go. Move with it, move with it, move with it. Down low, too slow. It's gonna be extreme. No, I don't play by the rules. Give up
This way, let's go.
They hit me 'cause I never lose. Stimmed up and ready to burn.
You're straight out of luck. I'll add you to my kill count.
It's showtime. I'm overflowing with excitement.
Get ready to stitch him up. Figured you'd be dead by now.
Don't try this at home. Unless you want to have cool legs like me. Careful, the floor is lava. You look like a clown, bro.
My biggest fan's gonna love that.
Sometimes you gotta take the bull by the horns.
It won't make a difference.
We're on a roll, chica.
Let's take this win. It's go time.
You and me, friend. My money's on the robot.
This is how we.
Hey, welcome back, guys, as we are getting back into the Proving Grounds Season 2 finals. We've crested the halfway point, Zephyr. I said it once. I probably won't say it again, but don't hold me to it. But we're getting into the next couple of games here, and before that, we have a great announcement for all of you watching at home.
Yes, we do in fact have giveaways going on, and granted, we just passed our first one that we were supposed to announce here. Granted, all you have to do is retweet that major announcement regarding today's Proving Grounds to enter. But our winner of our first giveaway here, Dia, would you like to give me some semblance of a drum roll?
Yes,
Oh, our winner here of $20 worth of Apex coins is Packer Ken. Woo! Packer Ken, go ahead, get yourself a handle on one of our admins, and we'll make sure you get yourself those lovely, lovely, lovely Apex goldies. Whew.
Congratulations to Packer Ken. Of course, $20 worth of Apex coins is a lot, but Zephyr, as I am called to remind us every time we get back here, the teams, they stand to win a heck of a lot more.
Oh, that is very true. These teams are competing for a buttload of prizing. For anyone who's just joining us, it's the 5K Bassful Bounties, and we'll talk about these just in a second. But 5K to split across the top three, and I believe a wipe of 2,500, 1,500, and 1,000, of course. And we'll make a move over here to these bounties now. 250 for very specific requirements on the map.
Absolutely, and we've seen some contenders already for things like the best sniper takedown, the arc star stick, and of course the team wipe. But if you see any out there, it's not just on this stream. There are a bunch of players streaming their perspectives as well. You can clip those and send them in for a chance to get your favorite player a little bit extra cash money on top of the prizes that I'm sure they're going to win. Your favorite player is doing great. They're going to win the whole thing, and you know it's going to be amazing.
Right, and we'll keep track of that and announce that towards the end of the stream who our major winners are for those bounties. But for us, though, Dia, we've got a little bit more going on than money out for the play here. One major thing to note, I think Team Ghost has superseded G2.
Oh, that's actually really, really likely here, given the fact that they were knocked out. G2 was knocked out so early. We're going to take a look at the leaderboards on the side there, and it is, as you say, Zephyr, 3 points in the lead here. It's actually a much smaller lead than I thought they would have at this point.
Right, especially as Ghost was able to play off of the back end. We saw them contesting for position against Maestro on high ground, push there into the center of that train yard field, and granted, Ghost was not the ones to make it out alive, as Maestro found the success for herself, pushing them from 1 point to literally 30 in 5th place on their belt. So, we'll see. Round 5 is a rebirth of sorts. We're at the halfway point. Everyone who's playing is, I don't know, completely different now.
Yeah, and everybody's really got to have that fire under their butts, as they say, you know?
Right,
now that we've reached a little bit later into the game, you can even see the fighting breaking out even earlier as Navi already in a gunfight.
Right, that's quite the hottest of drops here. Navi, like you said, able to take a bit of some punish. Kohai, though, dropping down on that shield. Granted, I don't even know why I would try to guess that one. There's nothing for them to play around yet.
Thought that he might go for the push there, but a 30-30 repeater not exactly lending itself to the aggression, but even still, making your presence known is something that we've touched on time and time again, and you can already see Navi respecting the fact that they were challenged at drop and having to push away back into the safe zone that they claimed at the start of the day, Tree.
Well, for now, Tree will do them well and hopefully carry them to victory, as it's already looking like that zone's going to be closing literally directly atop them.
This is where Navi's flex potential is really going to come into play as well. We see a lot of teams that really like to play the edge or need to be playing in the zone. Navi are a team that have self-professed that they're extremely flexible here, and that's something that they're really going to have to lean on now, because we've seen them try and play that edge more and more as the day has gone on, but now they're going to be forced into a spot where they have to play with everybody else coming to them.
Well, I mean, you can talk the talk, but the question is, can you walk the walk here? And that's up in the air here, especially as Navi sits quite low here on our current leaderboards. But if anything like Maestro is on the field, we're always in time for a shakeup here at BoomTV. Past that, though, granted, Circle's going to be pushing everyone south, but it only has major focus, my apologies here, on Sorting Grounds and Tree. Nothing else to boot.
We could check out here.
And that's going to present a big challenge. Of course, the teams coming from the north are going to have their work cut out for them. We've seen a lot of Skyhook's teams kind of have it easy in the last little while, being able to push into zone early or play edge with relatively little keeping them on either side of that, because the zone has been so close to it every time. But now a lot of them are going to have to make their rotation down, and we're going to see not just how Navi play, but how everybody else plays when they're challenged. And right now, Aqualix, they are being challenged.
Aqualix here, while they hold great position at third, it's not the position here in the corridor on the outskirts of Lava Fisher that's going to do them well. Good revive, though, coming through from Yuki, but a great Arc Star's going to make sure they can't push back any further. Back end here, major pushers, though, on the side here.
Lord. That one hurts a lot, and it's going to be major pushers finally living up to their name in a big way. We've seen them trying to outlast a lot of pushes, but this is the first time in recent history that I can recall them actually going on the offensive.
Yeah, they find themselves in great position to take out one of the major teams that hold the, my apologies, placing right above themselves. So, I mean, that's the name of the game here, dear. You just want to remove anyone who holds a spot above you. Anyone else below you, whatever.
Exactly, and then you get enough kill points. You know, if you're starting at the bottom and you wipe out everybody above you, you just accrued an insane amount of points. That's the plan, right? It'd be cool if you got points. I know that we don't actually want this, but it would be an interesting tournament format if you got points based on killing people that had more points than you. Does that make sense at all?
Yeah, almost like a bounty system. Wink, wink.
Wink, nudge, nudge, yeah. Almost like that. Did you see them going for Arc Stars in the Harvester as well?
I did.
Oh, I'm gonna get this one.
They're looking for a stick there. Granted, they didn't find what they wanted. Back end here, though, Limek taken low and out, it looks like, from Cat with the boof as we make a quick rotation here to the Pittsburgh Knights. They're playing the back end of Skyhoof, which we've seen little action from the Knights on Skyhook recently. Granted, usually they just kind of play it pretty even.
The kill feed right now, they're not the only ones in a fight. G2 are also taking their early toll, knocking out looking like they were going to knock out Maestro, but it's being turned around on them as well. So Maestro might be in this for the long haul. G2, they've got a long road ahead of them.
Now, they've been facing it quite rough here against G2. Meanwhile, squads are literally being deleted real time here. We see Ghost go down. I'm telling you right now, Aqualix, Ghost, G2. I believe we still have Obey Alliance, CHR, and Maestro on the map. Those are the only major squads in that top 5 available. The rest have already been deleted here.
Go back to SMK, who were in a fight here, definitely wanting to get in on the action that's been gracing the kill feed, but 12 squads left so early on. I mean, round 1 hasn't even finished closing just yet, and we're going to get another couple kills before that one ends up finishing out with such low health bars over here. Ronnie's rounding the side, and it's going to be the Hambino, Ronnie, and Crook squad that claim victory.
CHR finding the push they want. Northside take advantage of that high play and are able to find the successful wipe here on SMK. No surprise, SMK really haven't been having a rough time here in this tournament.
I want to give a shout out, of course, to CHR, who have done us a really big favor and thrown their actual team name
Confused
up there.
us.
Because I kept giving them the 50-50, not knowing what they wanted. Now they have spoken, and we can finally give them the cast that they always dreamed of.
I'm still going to call them Chur or Chargers, and we'll have to discuss that afterwards.
Obey's gonna
Dude, Chargers sounds way cooler.
Chargers does sound pretty cool. Maybe we can get them on a small rebrand here. Yeah.
I have to be careful, though. The more dumb stuff I say, the more likely I'm going to be ending up on Twitter posts.
Yeah, you're going to be subtweeted by Knights again. I swear to the Lord. Right now, CHR, though, they're pretty comfortable. They end up pushing out. And Navi, a team that we holy moly have talked a lot about, they're going for another one of those bounties with the sniper knockdowns.
I don't know how flexible you have to be, but at the end of the day, a longbow is a longbow, dear. It just works.
I think it's interesting. This is twice now, though, that we've seen Navi hold this bridge, which is a tough spot to hold. They've been really pushing themselves to be able to control this particular bit of real estate, because you're flanked on 3 sides.
Granted, I don't know if they have full exposure to where the location of this next circle is. Granted, lack of recon on presence. No, they did manage to pick it up through Max Strafe, so they do know this is center position for that second one. Granted, we're about to possibly get a great look on finding where or further deeper this is one going to land as we start looking towards round 3. I don't know. I don't consider Na'Vi to be great hold or at least center control, especially for this squad.
They're going to go for it, and for right now, at least it'll be benefiting their Evo shields, as Max Strafe has really been putting in the work with the longbow. That spot up there, though, that's what they used to hold. We've seen Na'Vi go a little bit more towards Sorting Factory in the past, and unfortunately, they've been pushed out of it, not aggressively, but sort of passively by a team that arrived there first on the rotation.
Well, hopefully this time, maybe the early rotation will bode well for them. Granted, you see Max Strafe here. He's pointing out every possible squad on the back end of this southern side, and it doesn't look good. Granted, none of those squads are going to be forced to move anytime soon, so I think they're quite fine. For now, though, take a bit of a wide gaze here back towards Harvester, looking at major pushers. Granted, a major push might be coming through here soon.
I mean, they've already got one under the belt. They're well and truly warmed up. Taking a look at the ring, they're going to have to make their way towards the southern end of Harvester. And as we take a look at who's holding the high ground in the south of Sorting Factory, and that's going to be New in a very, very comfortable spot. One that, depending on your ring, can potentially become God's spot, and is certainly something that I'm sure they're hoping for. But we'll see how they end up playing when... In the eventuality that they are going to be flanked, in the eventuality that people are going to be under them, much like teams were under MST earlier.
I don't think they even have to be under them. They just have to be afar, as we see Kashar poked out a little bit there. So eyes on eyes here. Everyone's got the lookout pumped through. You go a little too far to the left, you're taken through by Na'Vi. You go a little too far to the right, you're getting pumped by launch site.
Absolutely, and a lot of people will ask themselves, why we see teams even poking their heads out like this, when you know that there are squads on either side of you that you can be sniped out and you will have to expend resources, and a lot of that does have to do with keeping control of the area surrounding you, because if you're just sitting inside these doors, right now there's recon going on, but if it happens for too long, eventually other squads are going to start taking territory that's otherwise yours.
And that becomes more climactic, especially as these circles begin to tighten up. Granted, we don't have a good idea of where this third round will be, but 20 seconds from now, once the circle starts to really tighten up, that's when we'll start getting our ideas. For now, though, taking a nice look at the recon view, this is like the observer's job, just done easy here for Kashara.
So much free recon off of that drone as well. Feels really, really good for New. They know how safe they are and where all the enemy squads are. They have to keep a lookout for. You can see the longbow coming out in response to Na'Vi on the bridge, looking for a little bit of counter poke right now, but everybody's playing this much slower after what was an exciting early game.
Yeah, I was about to say, we did see literally almost 8 teams drop in the initial starting first round, and now as everyone starts to slow up their pacing here, start playing towards more of the placement, taking a bit of the lull. Granted, I love the fact that all of these squads, except for, of course, CHR and Maestro, are outside of that top 5 position.
That's really the volatile thing about Apex Legends. We take a look at the north end of the map, though. There's a squad coming in over there. I want to check and see who that was, if we get the chance. For right now, Shaq's checking his own map, making sure that they know where everyone is at, and getting a little bit more recon done with the drone. It's a chill time, Zephyr. Honestly,
I was going to say, let's start taking a look elsewhere here.
Have you seen Cruella? that's the
all right,
the
I knew it. I was about to say, anytime Dia gets a little bored, he starts moving back towards Cruella. Granted, I've never seen it, nor will I ever. Granted, I don't even think Dia's seen it.
No, and I am really hoping to, though. I've heard that it's really good. I've heard
it's
mixed
terrible.
opinions on it. See, that's the thing. A lot of people are like, no, Cruella was bad, but you know what? People don't have good taste in movies. That's
oh my
the
gosh!
problem here.
Oh my gosh! Crook with the G7 Scout, absolutely incredible poker. This is so much more enticing. Oh my God! Playing in Sorting Factory. I'm sorry, I could not take it any further there. Even still, this is one of the more favorited teams to win, and they're playing off of the front end of what looks to be like entities like Navi, like New Esports, who have all been playing Sorting Factory for this entire slow period that we've discussed quite extensively.
Could we be getting the same ring closes last time? I'm double checking the map right now to see which way I think it's pulling, and
No.
I mean it's
Pulling way more south.
I'm not gonna exclude the possibilities there. Although I will agree with you, it looks like it's going to be a lot more on that low ground area.
For now, I do like this. CHR keeping good control of their building, and granted, it is in center position for this circle as a whole, but I will admit, there is available push here for anyone looking to take or contest this spot, and third party galore is the name of the game here on Sorting Factory.
Absolutely. I really like the building, though, that Navi do have. I mean, CHR, of course, having a good positioning as well, but with the amount of squads that were eliminated early, that's a big part of why we're not seeing so much fighting now, because otherwise, this would be way more populated, we'd see a lot more gunfire, but the price that we pay for early action is a lot of these teams that make it to the end game really tightening up and not having anybody to even trade shots with.
Oh, you know what? Hey, as long as Aqualix don't stem the same way, granted they're already dead, so we're graced by the love of God here that we don't see the little rat strap pop out for a win one more time in this exact location, I mind you.
Right now, it'll be different squads entirely. As that might have been the knock that we were talking about earlier, because Max Strafe, he just got one there with a quick shot on the longbow right out towards the bridge they were previously holding. Finishes off the kill as well, and the Knights are going to be down one member.
They also drop Cat with the boof here. The longbow pressure from Max Strafe has been unruly off of this bridge, and we talked a lot about how it's a very difficult position to hold. That's why Navi makes a move away from it. That's why they pull back and play long end here. Granted, I believe Cat with a boof is more than likely going to be able to pull up off the revive, but for now, Max Strafe doing a great job holding long.
He doesn't miss, actually. He's got such cracked shots on the longbow, and he's playing so confidently as well. Remember, there's a team not just to their east, but to their south as well. You're flanked twice, and Max Strafe, he's just walking out to find these shots.
He's got to be careful, because right behind him on the lower, or the back end of Sorting Factory, Pinch is available. We do get to take a look at our final round 4 there. The position completely on the southern end, almost drawing everyone from their current hobby holes here in Sorting Factory. This is when we start to see the rotations in the fight begin, Dean.
That was a crazy picture-in-picture as well on the top left for a moment there, giving us an idea of what was happening elsewhere in World's Edge. Navi are going on another aggressive push, though, using that jump pad to secure themselves a little bit more high ground, and they're going to encounter some challenges here, even opening themselves up to a flank from behind.
Now, they got no cover available. If anyone wants to throw that in defensive bombardment, maybe pull through with a hard rush, Navi's in probably a worse position that they could be. Granted, deja vu, these guys are literally in the exact spot that did not bind well for them in the first round here, the Proving Grounds.
Now this is interesting, of course, because it reminds me of exactly what we spoke of earlier, the deep pocket principle, Zephyr. It makes it very difficult for squads to push what even looks like a bad spot to hold because of the amount of open space they'd have to traverse through. So outside of that defensive bombardment, there's not a whole lot of threats on Navi that can actually be executed without a lot of gambling from one squad. Oh my God.
For now, though, we just see Nesh handle it the way he wants to. It doesn't matter about this open pocket principle. I don't know science or calculus or the things that makes Dia sound smart. But Nesh sure does know how to fire an R301.
That he certainly does. Even hits the 112 there, getting quite a bit of damage, but not quite getting the knock, unfortunately. And they do need a few more kills as Navi, because as much as the placement points are going to help them out a lot, the sniper knocks are going to be giving them a boost. Really, kill points do make up a lot of your end scoring, and it will be the thing that ultimately determines whether they get to compete with the likes of G2, Aqualix, and Ghost in that endgame scoring.
For now, though, starting to see the major rotations as this fourth round closes in, the building being the major point of contention. Granted, Navi has high-end control. Anyone can go and slip underneath them. We need to see them pull back around and fight for the low ground, which is exactly what Kawhi's doing.
I like what he's trying out here, seeing if you can get a little bit of damage, maybe a cheeky knock, open you up to a flank, but he takes a little bit of poke himself and is going to retreat right back up to that high ground. Navi a little bit split up right now, do need to take a short reset and heal up, but instead they're going aggressively for these knocks, and they actually find one, as that's going to be a knock onto Bronzy of all people, while Naughty finds another one.
Pittsburgh Knights now a little bit worse for wear. Mind you, a rotation that I did not expect. C9, who was on the upper end of Geyser on the southern side here, going to be rushing directly in. You see Nesh go down as a result as they try to pump in the last remaining members here of the Pittsburgh Knights. Granted, they're looking lower than I would like here as Kawhi is removed from play. Now C9 looking for the third party to find the utter success that they can. Granted, those shields were not destroyed, and Zach Mazur's got to get out.
Holy moly, and I mean, C9 play it patiently, and they might not get the final kills there, but man, that's exactly the difference. That's the deep pocket principle that I was talking about. As soon as Navi go for that push, they're the ones that get lasered through by another squad entirely, and now C9 still have a great spot outside of that truck to be able to push in, to loot up, to take these kills. Maestro in a tough spot, do have that totem running on some of their members, but are going to have to back off and look to fight another day.
To fight another day. Meanwhile, Pittsburgh Knights, granted they've lost a majority of their power here, but off of that push, we didn't get to catch it. Sir was able to pick up 3 kills on the rush there. I'm not going to say it was a squad wipe because I can't confirm it, but that definitely could have been a squad wipe.
Definitely likely here, and unfortunately C9 without that data aren't going to push it in on him. Instead, just trying to gas this one out, panning over to New Esports. Of course, they're in a fight of their own, and a lot of cooldowns are being expended pretty close to when the ring is closing, which can put you in a really difficult spot. C9 keeps an eye on where Navi previously inhabited for the next squad took their place, and they're going to find them, and CHR are the ones under fire.
CHR here, they do get the drop down into what is the last remnant of that dome, but granted, double knock was already provided. You see that third party, though, coming through off of the push into this last zone. C9 being able to spot it all out with their high ground advantage, and I think Zach Mazur wants to finish this one off.
Yeah, he's an aggressive player for sure, and he definitely sees that the limits are being pushed right now. Wants to go for this last kill, but the rest of C9 not in position just yet. They're holding him back, trying to wait for when they know they can win a fight and push into this squad that's in the truck. But they're taking another fight, and it's going to be an easy knock for Zach.
Easy pick up there. He's going to finish this one off. Sealed destruction checks down, and one more squad to boot. Now 2 left. I believe that's Maestro, but Zach with the laser on this Havoc. He doesn't have any energy ammo, by the way. It's the Prowler. My apologies.
C9, they are in full control right now, and I do not see how Maestro could possibly clutch this one out. Do they even have the totem to work with? There are so many questions being posed here by C9, so few answers that Maestro can answer back with. The flatline really zoning out right there. The silence is going to come out, though, and that keeps the bubble from being dropped. We'll see if that results in a push, as 6 seconds are left on this circle.
They have no choice. The center is not in their favor here. Maestro have to come out of their hiding hole, and off of the rush, we see Rug beat down immediately. Zach continues with the pressure off this Prowler. Zron deleted as well, and C9 find themselves the victory.
They take this game slow, they play it patient on the outskirts of the ring, and they just watch everybody walk into their deaths as the Zach, Naughty, and Abralele squad really looked unstoppable there.
And finally, C9, they've faced it all this tournament, but they haven't quite come out on top. See themselves to a victory in an unexpected fashion. They made high rotation from guys that came all the way to loop around and found themselves in the most beautiful spots. I got to give praise to Maestro. We didn't catch much of it, but they were taking out entities like Kick, like Navi, like Pittsburgh off of their hard rotation out of sorting factory. So while they might not have had the best position in terms of placement, as well, I'm stupid. They placed second. That's amazing. Yeah. That's crazy. The kills are going to push them even further. I would go out on a limb here and say Maestro, who's sitting at 30 points, might be contesting for third place now.
They genuinely might be, and C9 are getting rolling as
they
well.
did,
We'll see if they're able to start picking up a few more of those top couple placement slots, but that's up to what happens with the score in here. And this game alone, actually the last two games have shaken up our standings so much that we're going to have a much closer sort of a gathering of points in that top section. We'll find out what exactly that holds for us once we get back with more Proving Grounds action.
This is my kind of event. Let's get wild, huh? Let's go. Move with it, move with it, move with it. Down low, too slow. It's gonna be extreme.
No, I don't play by the rules. Give 'em
This
my
way,
hands
let's
the
go.
blues. They hate me 'cause I never lose.
Stemmed up and ready to burn.
You're straight out of luck. I'll add you to my kill count.
It's showtime. I'm overflowing with excitement.
Get ready to stitch him up. Figured you'd be dead by now.
Don't try this at home. Unless you want to have cool legs like me. Careful, the floor is lava. You look like a clown, bro.
My biggest fan's gonna love that.
Sometimes you gotta take the bull by the horns.
You won't make a difference.
We're on a roll, chica.
Let's take this win.
You know I didn't come here to lose. No, I don't play by the rules. Go hard and go home. Go hard and go home.
It's go time.
You and me, friend. My money's on the robot.
This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we win, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we win. we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man. This is how we rock. This is how we win. This is how we roll, man.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Proving Grounds Season 2 Finals here for Apex Legends. My name is Dia. This is Zephyr. Type exclamation point casters to learn more about us, but we're here to talk about Zephyr. They are the teams. They are the standings that have been shaken up coming out of Game 5.
Coming out of Game 5, we see Maestro take a position that most would be absolutely crazy for, pushing themselves to second. And this brings up a good question. We talk a lot about the scoreboard coming into this. I know you made a great point, Dia. The division here between 1st and 10th was massive to begin with. We were talking somewhere around like 30 to 11. Look at the separation this time around. High play all across the board. Slight mix-ups on what we started with from G2, Ghost, and Aqualix. Now with major entities like CHR, Maestro, Kick, and all of them pushing their way back in.
And that's the real thing, right? Is that even from 10th place, a good win, like a solid win with plenty of kills, can launch you into first, and 2 good placements can do the exact same thing. That's the level of competition that you get at the Proving Grounds at the height of Apex, and that's what I'm so happy to see here. As we just look at the top 10, there are 10 teams below them that are just ever so close as well, and competition could not be heavier as we're moving into our 6th game.
And you think about this, people like Flight of Fear, or Flight of Fancy, my apologies, could easily take one win and push themselves to a first place standing in just one game. So even while we're getting closer and closer to the end, the rosters and where it's at right now could completely change at a drop of a hat.
That's what makes me really happy, is the potential for things to continue being mixed up, for us to continue being surprised Zephyrs. C9 just started to pick themselves up. That was a really scary thing. We'll see if they can continue that momentum, or if somebody new will rise, if a hero will emerge from those ashes. But it's not just all about winning the game here. As much as that sounds odd, we don't just have prizes for who wins. We've got prizes for bounties as well, and we keep bringing those up because we need that content from you guys, you viewers in the chat.
Yeah, it's as simple as finding one of the appropriate ones here, best sniper down, best arc star stick, or a full team wipe, and sending that video into us. And of course, at the end of the tournament, we'll be taking a look at the best of the best that you have provided for us and awarding y'all the official prize money that we've laid out here, of course. I will say, Dia, that can't happen unless we've got some games rolling for us to cover.
Exactly, and of course, if you are an Apex Legends fanatic, you can watch them not just here, but on the player streams as well to be able to grab those clips. Be sure to get all the perspectives, but we'll be bringing you the best of the best that World's Edge has to offer right here on the BoomTV stream.
You don't get to hear the call-outs of the players, I understand that, but we make jokes.
Yeah.
Think about
we
that.
We talk about, what's that thing? What was I talking about? I don't even remember.
Cruella de Vil and
Cruella
Knights Medieval Times.
That's true.
And all the fun things that make casting appropriate.
Yeah. For right now, though, things are definitely, you know, they're at that slow point early on in the game. But what I'm looking out for here is for the uncharacteristic speed ups that we've been seeing. Just last game alone, we had this huge mid-game lull because so many people died within the first ring.
Right, in round 1, we had initially, I believe, 6 squads go down just because of hardcore fighting presence. And that led to, like Dia says, just a complete dull period where everyone in Sorting Factory just decided to take a nap. Granted, there's no reason to push any further. I can't blame them. But it was nothing to excite the eyes.
No, certainly not. And this time, I think we are unlikely to get more of the same, honestly. There's a lot better loot for a lot of the teams that we've panned over to. There isn't as much reason to get into these knockdown, drag-out fights, and especially for a squad like Ghost, who finds themselves all the way down here with a really nice ring placement. I think most squads are going to be happy with how this is ending up.
Well, I will say Ghost has to be careful here. They're sitting at first place right now. 50 points available, but they've got Maestro and G2 hot on their trails at 49 and 48. And granted, we talked about how that top 10 is so close that one victory can change the entire pace of things. So Ghost, who have not been faring well in these last 5th and 4th rounds, definitely have to shape it back up, reel it in, start playing for more of that positioning or finding their way to a victory because honestly, it's been rough for them.
It really has. And, you know, one of the things that's underrated, Zephyr, is, like, the teams are paying attention to this as well. It's not just us who are sitting here going, okay, well, the difference between first place and second is a few points, so you got to be really careful. A lot of these teams will actively change their decision-making, keep eyes on the kill feed to see what limits they have to play with. And right now, CHR testing theirs.
Testing the gall here of the Lambs for the slaughter. SMK, once again, a fault to behold here as they just are cannon fodder into the face of... my apologies, I did not quite catch the very end there.
That should be CHR that are able to pull up those first couple kills here. Not having eliminated the squad just yet, though, still on the hunt. And SMK running for their lives after having dropped one member, looking like they're going to be potentially taken down. Impulsive Dream ends up falling in another fight, but it's all about this building right now.
I mean, you got to be pretty aggressively if you're Hambino rushing in with no available shielding. Granted, he goes down, but not at the cost of this squad here. Ronnie with the follow-up, able to launch through with an excellent Peacekeeper shot. Kirk pulls this one back up, and SMK falls.
That's the faith in your squad there. I was actually really impressed by that because a lot of people would be playing scared right there. They'd be looking at the game going, I don't really want to push this at the low HP. But knowing that you've got the backup of two trusted members, it really ends up working out there. Now swapping a little bit of gear around, they've got plenty to work with.
Yeah, CHR, though, they've got to be careful. I know we spotted out more squads on the cusp here, outskirts of Northern Geyser Fragment area, of course. I think they're safe for now, is what I'll say, but any rotation might not bode well. But 69 IQ here, a bit of a trade.
What a laser with the Volt as well, but really needing to heal is... I'm not even going to try this. Help me.
Neski.
Oh, it's so beautiful. You make it sound so simple.
G-Snake. No. Neska? It's Neska. I'm not even going to get into this. All right, moving past 69 IQ's hole here. Granted, they have not been doing too well, and it's quite a surprising feat given the fact that they placed so highly in the Proving Grounds qualifiers. They're still holding out. Granted, I mean, sitting at 14 points, it's going to be a tough one for them to find here.
It really is, and the fact that, as you mentioned, they placed so well in the qualifiers is the really scary / odd thing here. Although they're really going aggressive on one side there, they delete with a flanker but lose one of their own members. Now trying to regroup is Sineska, but not going to be able to find it. Instead, burning through his own health makes it an easy kill for Ghost.
Ghost find themselves another squad to behold. Granted, they go down there, so anyone who is available to third party might have had an absolute blast, but that did not come quite through. So Ghost, they bolster himself, put them forward with a bit more kills, and continue to adhere on that lead that they built for themselves here at the Proving Grounds.
AMV moving through what used to be Cloud9 and Major Pusher's domain up here in Harvester. We've seen quite a bit of fighting around here, but it doesn't look like it happened this time. Instead, just picking up the remnants, what was left behind. The Knights over here are going to be looking for a little bit of a fight as Kick, they're claiming their own dominion over Lava Fisher.
Right, you've got Kick as well, the Knights on the back end, and also over to the side there, we did see Flight of Fancy able to pick up those initial kills there onto the Pittsburgh Knights. Granted, they didn't get the full squad wipe, but was enough to dissuade any further pressure. But now this rotation might spell the end. Kick's got to be very careful depending on where they go for the drop here. You see Jakku taking the time to spot out a location that might benefit them. Granted, that Valkyrie going to make sure that they acknowledge exactly where everyone is. I love the usage of this ult.
I'm impressed that they're actually going for the jump tower in this direction as well, as they were really bullied and aren't finding themselves especially in a better situation. But Cloud9, they're making the best of their own situation, pushing back into Lava Fissure, finishing off the Knights.
And it was just Bronzy. No one else was available to capitalize on for C9. But now, off the back end here, Stay Naughty down. Zach Mazer as well.
Oh,
it's looking like Flight of Fancy. They want to finish this one here.
Known for their aggression, they should be able to finish off last game's favorites, and they do. Not only claiming the C9 title, but the kill leader position as well. Uwako takes that one.
Waka able to do a great job pumping out with the UA, and now you've got to beg. C9's down. Major entities like the Pittsburgh Knights. These are two teams that hold right. Oh, my apologies. I was apparently wrong. Bronzy was not the last one available here from the Knights. Asura hidden. Granted, you can hide in that round one circle for as long as you want.
God, he is so spotted right now, though. Do you even go for the respawn here, or do you just try and rotate around? Right now, Asura is definitely trying to get as much distance as he can between himself and the deadly squad behind him. I think he's going to be able to escape, though. I don't think you push through this ring.
Granted, he might be able to escape, but we're going to have to wait and see if he's able to maybe get the res here onto the rest of the Knights squad, or find some semblance of some placement for them.
Kangarna EU putting in work in the kill feed, though, and Na'Vi doing their own stuff as well. Certainly not looking to go down quietly. Ghost are going through a rotation through the ring as well. This is interesting. We don't actually get to see a whole lot of this, and we haven't seen a whole lot of it in Proving Grounds as a whole here, but a lot of teams playing a lot more cautiously are taking these big rotations in Ring 1.
Well, you have to admit, Dia, coming into these final 3 rounds, every kind of placement counts. Those points are going to stack up, and we've discussed it. It can be a one-game turning point for anybody. So people like Ghost, they're definitely going to pull back here and reassess the situation. They see they don't have edge advantage. They don't want to push into a situation where they already know they probably could lose if they're spotted out. So why not? Go for hard rotation. Round 1's not going to hurt that bad.
And it just buys you even more placement point potential as well, with so many of these teams scrambling for spots. Ghost can kind of come in and third party in a way, as right now they're just vibing right here, holding on to the placement points. They're going to use that Valkyrie to reposition in the circle.
Now this is a big flag in the face of anyone who might be watching here. Granted, they're going to have the ability to check it out and see where their primary entities may be. Return though, Headers and the like, they're going to be taking them back end here towards that lava.
That's actually it's a really interesting rotation to pull out, and Thermal Station should already be full up. You've got the likes of, I believe it was G2 that like to drop around here as well, and this could very well be the location where a lot of these teams have already got their favorite spots and aren't interested in giving you any territory, but nonetheless, Ghost are going to go on that aggressive push, looking for a way in, and Flights of Fancy, they're the ones joining them in that aggressive push.
Living true to their name, a Flight of Fancy here. Yako going deep, finding his way into the tunnel, unable to find the knock that he wants, but he wants to keep going forward. Azura hiding.
He's going to be spotted right here, but it's definitely a difficult thing to push out. He does get the shield back in, and everybody's ignoring him, interestingly enough, so he gets to hang out over here.
They have no idea where he went.
He is living on a very thin lifeline right now. As long as nobody respawns the totem, or will he be able to finish them off at the totem? Uwako? I think Uwako's
Asura might have spotted. Yeah, we gotta go quiet for this one. Asura and Bronzy, they are just struggling out here. Granted, they lost them through. I would hope that he saw that one, but
I don't think he saw him. I think he's safe. Asura is so quiet right now. Where did Hogan go?
Shh, sir, don't use a syringe, buddy.
Oh my god, this guy's asking to die. actually.
Meanwhile, I have no idea. Look at where his roster is. Cat with the Boof and Bronzy are so far away.
This is crazy. Actually, I actually can't believe
He's gotta move
alive right now. He does. I think he goes
he's gotta start
outside
moving.
through train yard to try and group up.
Oh, absolutely. If you were paying attention, well,
Okay.
granted, I don't know what might have worked out for him. He was struggling to keep his own self alive there. If you're paying attention, we were just barely able to get on there. We were able to see the full roster of Flight of Fancy rush on the back end there. So Knights, surprisingly, center circle here for round 4. Gonna have to group up with Azura.
That's a big challenge in their way as well, because Flights of Fancy definitely want to take those kills. You'll have to wait till they get distracted by somebody else, because this squad doesn't exactly slow down. So I'm sure if you're able to hold up for long enough, eventually their interest will be piqued by somebody else. They're kind of like cats, you know? They're really aggressively
Yeah.
hunting, and then they're like, ah, wait, something else that also looks interesting.
Kitty.
Right now, though, they may have spotted Knights again. That would be worrying.
I don't think they've got quite the drop on them. This looks like another squad off of rotation here. Granted, that information not provided just yet. You see those ordinances thrown out by Yuako here. Granted, high ground is going to do them a lot of favors here off of this movement. And
Oh my god.
already providing so much here.
Well, that's act down, and that's just about all we can say about that one, because holy moly, being taken out that quickly makes it very difficult, and it looks like just focused down in that area, it's going to be the entirety of A and B that I think were wiped, but looking to finish off the job are Flights of Fancy. They're going to get those last couple hits, take down Ack, and be able to move back up to this high ground, resuming their nice spot while getting themselves some kill points.
Well, they find those kills, A and B deleted. Granted, that was a split effort by Maestro as well, so they're in the area. Navi here on the very, very back end. They're going to be following up quite late compared to Maestro and Flight of Fancy's rush, so they're going to have to be careful, especially sitting at 2 members only.
Who is in that corner? Are they going to be able to take down Navi right now? It's Concarna EU that are looking for a way in. The Arcstar is going to come out, not quite connecting, but it will still be the knock that ends up going down onto the last member of Navi. No longer in the running for this 6th game of the day. The Proving Grounds will continue without them for now, as Concarna, they get themselves a nice spot right outside the ring.
Well, they're able to hold for now, but we turn our attention to the Pittsburgh Knights and the rest of the roster. They managed to group back up and take out the last remnants of Kick here. They've lost their center position, but hey, man, if you're able to make a hard rotation like we saw and still come out on top, I don't care. You're a winner in my book.
That's absolutely wild that they're able to do this as well, and to have a pretty nice spot at the same time, be able to rotate quite a few ways into the ring here. They've got time to play with. They've got the ult accelerants for whoever they choose to give them to, and plenty of ability to get nice and looted up for Cat with the Boof as well. Thinking of moving out here soon. They are going to claim the low ground for right now and end up trying to hold what looks to be a similar situation as what we saw last game ending.
It might have ended this way. I don't believe that is in circle, though. So
No.
while they'll hold it for now off of any particular rush that may come through, I don't know how they'll fare, especially as that circle tightens up. Granted, launch pad's right there. They might be making a move much sooner than I expect.
There's a zip line as well, and they can kind of edge guard the team that they saw just to their northeast to see if they can pick up a few easy kills with a rotation. But speaking of picking up easy kills, Concarna, they're trying to do just that.
Concarna here moving away from the position they secured against Navi, now looking to finish this one up. You see, no shield not come through for Graceful, but they're trying.
Right now, you might just get the knock as well, but instead, it's Graceful that gets taken out and should be finished off by G2, who are reclaiming their spot in the top couple teams here. They want to push themselves to that first place after having lost it for the last couple games. They're looking good right now on the edge of the circle.
And the thing is, they're in probably one of the better spots to face off here against Concarna. Look at this low ground control. They also have advantage of taking complete advantage of the track. Gentrify, just wiping the field here between Concarna and Maestro. The rest of these squads, look at the stick!
That was a nice stick, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough to save him. And G2, as well as the Knights, are going to clean up those last couple kills from the high ground and from inside. Still guarding that zip line for now, making sure that nobody can push up here. Is going to make life difficult, but unfortunately it's not going to be able to yield any fruit for teams below them. Ghost in a tough spot as we pan over to them. Fights are breaking out everywhere on World's Edge.
They're on the back end here trying to capture anyone who's rotating from south side up from Lava. Fisher here granted 6 Panda, the rest of them low from those gas traps. Ghost, he's trying to make some semblance of a res available for his squad as Panda does a great job playing around his shielding to take out New Esports' last remnant.
Should be able to find the res here, but very wary of being flanked. Is going to get up to that high ground, try and keep people off their back. Well, Ghost does end up getting rezzed by 6, who has the golden backpack, saving them a lot of time. A portal on their back end as well means that Ghost can't exactly slow down right now. They've got the Valkyrie ult to reposition, and this might be the best time to use it.
Oh, absolutely. You've got G2 on your side, Maestro and the rest to the front end here, and any wary push could spell the end for Ghost. Granted, top 5 is a great place to find themselves, but when you're competing against the likes of G2, who also contest in the top 3, you've got to go further than this.
They're hoping to right now, getting themselves a safe position. Not sure what the call is going to be, but right now they're scouting out to see whether the team that was pressuring them has stuck around. Seeing that it's safe, they're going to push out by themselves, see if they can find their way to potentially a flank on G2, who is currently engaged in another gunfight.
Designful, making good use of that wingman. I'm always impressed by those who can pull off the long shots with a simple, it's probably pistol, but for now, he's going to maybe finish up the bottom end of Maestro here as he goes for the deep, deep dive. Playing around the shields isn't going to do much for X-Ron as they finish off that entity as a whole.
Quickly turns that into the short-range battle here. Flights of Fancy are taking a short-range battle of their own. They've got the totem running, but unfortunately, it's not going to be enough for their Gibraltar. Panthers playing on the side as well, is looking for these kills, and Flights of Fancy respawn at the totem, get themselves a reposition, and need to push back out. Ghost are finishing up their kills, but it's Maestro, Ghost, who's going to be taken out. And Uako, the last couple remaining members of Flights of Fancy holding up in this building are looking for their way out as their teammate goes
G2
down, and they might just lose the entire squad. The evade, though, is connecting. Will Uako survive? He will not, and we move to 2 squads.
G2 here now looking to see if they can fester the wound even further. 2 left alive, like you said. Running the back on this CHR squad. They're contesting building for building here on opposite ends, Dia.
CHR could take their first win here, or will it be G2 that take their second right now? Unfortunately, G2 got a little bit late on the rotation here. CHR want to push it, but they can't find the knocks here. Instead, focusing on the race who's flanking them right now. They do get the knock on gentrifying, and CHR, they claim their first win.
CHR, they've been on the middling here of the top 5, but they finally have done it, taking a successful victory over the top 3, both Ghost and G2 at the very, very end. Major props to this squad.
CHR were sitting at 5th when we started this game, and God only knows what has happened since then. 12 points alone pushes them to 50, tied with Ghost, who didn't manage to win this one. So we'll see if the few kill points that they managed to pick up, the placement points at the end, kept them in first place. But CHR genuinely might have just upset the 2 teams that have been in the running from minute 1.
We'll have to see, Dia. It is an incredibly tight race, especially when we start talking about the very, very nitpicky top end there. But for us, I think the only answer that will really come true is the fact that we still have many games to play that could still, even after that upset, continue to shake up what we already know.
It can only get more wild at the Proving Grounds, so though we're going to take a break, don't go anywhere because the highest tier of Apex Legends will be right back.
This is my kind of event. Let's get wild, huh? Let's go. Move with it, move with it, move with it. Down low, too slow. It's gonna be extreme. No, I don't play by the rules.
This way, let's go.
Stimmed up and ready to burn.
You're straight out of luck. I'll add you to my kill count.
It's showtime. I'm overflowing with excitement.
Get ready to stitch him up. Figured you'd be dead by now.
Don't try this at home. Unless you want to have cool legs like me. Careful, the floor is lava. You look like a clown, bro.
My biggest fan's gonna love that.
Sometimes you gotta take the bull by the horns.
You won't make a difference.
We're on a roll, chica.
Let's take this win. It's go time.
You and me, friend. My money's on the robot.
Point the blade. Our voice is a fast cage. I never said I would take your side. I just said I would compromise. Well, if you make me put up a fight, I'll fight back till the day I die.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Proving Grounds. My name is Dia. This is Zephyr. Reminder, of course, that if you want to flame and or tell us something, that you can type exclamation point casters and find out who we are and where we live. But for Zephyr, I know that we got some stuff to cover before we get into these next games.
We've definitely got plenty to cover, but we'll first take a look once again at our bounties as they are still hot and live and available. I don't know how many times we have to go over this, but I'm telling you, people, if you see a best sniper takedown, if you've got Zach on the back end playing through with his longbow, taking out someone, if you've got a hard rush from Kingarna where they launch forward with an arc star, or maybe, just maybe, we get one of those hot team lights from Flight of Fancy, then send it to us. We got money. We're trying to give it to you.
Exactly. Things can only get better for everyone involved as soon as we get these awesome clips coming in. It's a way to help support the players as well, and it's not just the prize pool that they stand to win, of course. But it's speaking of the prize pool, Zephyr, I wanted to take a moment to check in as to how we're doing for our placement points so far, because it's all about this prize pool right here that they're competing for in just a few moments.
Right, we're going to be making, once again, another take a look here. Okay. G2 finally actually managed to wrap this one back around after their second placement in our most recent round. Granted, hot on their tail, you've got both CHR and Ghost just a few points away with, to tell you the truth, Maestro and Flight of Fancy not too far off as well. All 5 entities have shown an aggressive style that has performed well for each of them over the course of this Proving Grounds tournament.
Really, really close between these guys, and I want to see how far they can take this. Can you run with your momentum to take down G2, who have made their resurgence here? Will G2 falter? It's a question that it's something that we'll have to answer via, of course, only seeing things. But I think that G2, having found their footing once again after being taken down by Maestro, shouldn't be shut down nearly so easily.
That is true, but proof has told us otherwise. For now, though, we're making a move back into our map here for our 7th game of the day. Finally taking a look at Maestro at the very beginning here. This is a squad who we've seen take out entities like G2 in round 1, but we've never actually been able to catch it.
Now we may finally have a chance to check out that action. Pretty far separated from the squad, actually, is Rugby, but going to be able to make his way back through here, looting up as he goes. And this time, they've got a pretty far distance to travel, because you can see that ring pulling all the way up towards Epicenter.
Well, this is probably the furthest northeastern ring that we have seen thus far competitively, and it's probably in a good conscience that we recommend and tell everyone that this is, of course, Dia's favorite place, the Epicenter. I don't know how many times I've had to drop here with this man, but it also begs the question, it's a tough place to hold position. Epicenter, granted, you get high ground there, but past that, off of Refinery as well, it is open as open can get.
Yeah, it's really, really tough as final rings go to be able to play around just the scarce cover that you get out there, and hopefully the teams that drop there are going to get a little bit of a mix-up in the way that the games have been going as well, because if you're more comfortable playing zone and you've been consistently forced to come down to the southwest, you're going to be really excited to finally have the chance to strut your stuff, to maybe even move yourself into those top 10 and get us talking about you here on the stream to be able to take that big prize money that's at the end of all this.
Well, the big prize, of course, what they're competing for. But for now, we'll take a look and pull back towards these squads. Everyone, of course, in that little bit of a lull where they're just prepping and getting ready, which is, I don't know if I'd say it's a little bit of a surprise for me, given how often I've seen Maestro pull off a G2 kill at the very beginning of the game. But hey, it works. It works.
Yeah.
Take your time.
One of the squads definitely have moved. It's tough to tell now. We'll have to check in with where G2 is dropping at the moment, as certainly things have shifted, especially as we get later on. We've actually seen a surprising amount of aggression coming out in these later stages of the tournament, because a lot of these teams are looking for the placement points that they were otherwise missing during the day. And of course, Maestro not one of them, but keep your eyes out, because though we got 42 seconds on ring 1, things could still explode.
That is completely fair, and yes, while we haven't seen any further traits thus far, rotations will breed conflict. But for now, D, all I have to ask is, how's your day?
My day's got, dude, Zephyr, I cannot express
'Cause I'm
to you
having a great
how
time.
happy I am to be casting Apex Legends. It literally makes my whole day great, and I would be shocked if it was anything else for you.
I'll be honest, it's roughly the same, but I'd like to add on the fact that these teams are this competitive within the top 10 makes it all the better.
It's actually so good, and Maestro aren't even letting up on the pressure either. We're not waiting until these last couple rings. They're actually pushing out, trying to play Gatekeeper here and maybe find some cheeky knocks.
This would be one of the furthest gatekeeping that you would ever get to see or have the privilege of dealing with. But for now, I think we'll breach back to the topic a bit later on. Farm Boys looking for a knock here on to, of course, SMK, who more than likely is going down here.
Impulsive Dream really just slid in there like that, though. Kind of nasty from him, and now Mercy has to play bodyguard for his squad mate who's getting res. We saw a shot coming out from the further eastern ends of World's Edge, but it doesn't look like that's going to turn into a push. Just some aggression that's floating around.
And just some possibility for possible fights. I sound like Ray Romano. But past that, Farm Boys put themselves in the kill lead, taking out the first squad to note here, and it is, of course, SMK, and they have not had quite the range here for the Proving Grounds.
I'm impressed that Farm Boys actually make their way up here so quickly as well, because they do like to drop Geyser, but they've ended up just playing this very quick and fast style where, of course, they ended up getting the kills early on, but they're even looking for more right now.
Well, speaking of looking for kills, and it might not have gone as well as they expected, Maestro are pulling finally back into circle. They didn't really get the gatekeeping that they so dearly wanted, and for now, we passed by a cherished place in my heart, a tunnel where we saw Pittsburgh Knights hide.
Ah, yes. For we recall that, man, that was so crazy, actually. They ended up surviving that and actually doing relatively well. And you know what? Maybe this tunnel is just good luck because Maestro's doing all right.
Exactly.
Here, it's interesting that they're stopping and looting, though, every once in a while, especially noticing, of course, that Ron ended up taking a second to loot up those last couple boxes. Despite the fact that they've got the gear, they're paying a lot of attention to every small advantage they can get.
Well, small advantages mean everything, but for now, Zach Mazer looking to turn this massive push into a big advantage as he takes on Kick Cyback. They're able to get the drop onto Jakku and the rest and pump themselves up to a full kill leader position. All three of those landing there on the Zach.
Wow, Zach Mazer really broke some ankles around the Gibby bubble there as well. That was some fancy feat that got him those kills, and it looks like they're ready to take on even more. There's not actually that much to heal up off of, and there's plenty of resources you can collect off these bodies for C9 to make their next move to potentially keep themselves in that kill leader spot.
Right, and C9, probably one of the more difficult teams to vouch for right now. They're sitting completely middle of the pack. They need full victories on their belt if they're going to look to take this any further than where they're at currently. But they've got people like Abralele and Zach Mazer who, when they are on their combo, you might as well rename this team from C9 to C4.
I like that, and I appreciate its truth, Zephyr. Accuracy is certainly something that comes with alluding to the explosive nature of these players. We saw it just in our fifth game of the day, right over the halfway mark, and they didn't look bad in the next game either, but they still got to make those last couple teams, because even right now, with only 2 games remaining, first place finishes can be the few amount of points that end up netting you the win of the tournament.
Well, you know what? Those wins are few and far between as we stem towards these last couple games. So, I don't know. I hold out hope for all my little babies at Proving Grounds. Yeah, no one has had a complete repeat, which is the crazy thing because G2 has come close 2 times.
I'm looking forward to when we get our first one. Maestro, though, we might be going for theirs, especially if they can pick up a few kills here. Going aggressive with that totem. Still going to be chunked out, though, is Ron playing from the high ground here and wanting to run out of that death protection. Does finally get taken down, which is all the better for him.
Rug's still available on totem control here. Going to be able to get some good cracked damage there as we see the rest of 6 pull back on 2. Zron there. Not good for this squad as Ghost continues the rush, but constant pressure from this wingman on Sanya's enough to possibly save the fight. Oh.
He's actually doing incredibly well there, but now it's 6 that's turned the tables here and taking that death totem for himself, looking around for Sanya, who's trying desperately to escape, get himself maybe a sick Arc Star 6. It's not going to happen. Instead, even Eve 8 cannot save him when he's cornered by the likes of Metro.
Ghost now putting themselves in a great spot, taking out one of the major competitors that was pushing for their placement in the top 3 as it stands. And plus, some kills to boot in the position as a whole. Looks great, but now, possible third party.
Oh yeah, they're under a lot of threat right now, and they still need to heal up. You do have the Valkyrie, but you can't take the risk of it taking off without having that full health bar to work with, and G2 are literally right on top of you.
I could not name a better squad to look for potential kills here onto Ghost right now. I like this gentrifying, trying to squeeze out what pinch that he can with the rest of his squad. Look at the laser here from gentrifying as they're now going to look to push this one even further and make sure that we can't see the full escape. But Ghost, they sneak into that tunnel behind their backs.
Somehow, some way, they managed to do it. Now they're going to be able to play from the high ground, although Ghost did get chunked out there. Metro suffering many, many injuries, and G2 are going to choose to hold their high ground, playing from the edge of the circle right now with 33 seconds left. Are they going to choose to chase, or are they going to go around the long way?
Honestly, I don't know if G2 even wants to chase at this given point. Ghost have already made such an aggressive take to pull out as quick as possible, and they're looking pretty healthy too. So for now, I think we'll just see them, you know, re-engage each other at a later date.
Absolutely. It's about making it to the circle. It's about continuing to hold down laner areas to get yourself those placement points that both these teams actually have benefited so heavily from, with the Valkyrie being able to help them on the rotate. Ghost aren't going to have to worry about G2 for a while now as they dine and dash over to Epicenter.
I know no one was able to catch that one out, but Flight of Fancy able to take out NB, taking out one squad. I think Aqualix going to be running up on the back end for them as well. Well, let's see Ghost here now pushing into circle. I think they'll be just fine.
Got some good cover for now, as Epicenter, at least here, can be kind to you, providing a lot of cover with the ice sculptures around here, but Panda's still having to be careful, playing inside the storage container for right now, and definitely just hoping that everybody can pass you by. Nobody feels comfortable pushing you, because that is the difference between making it to the next ring and not. Still playing Gatekeeper, though, as the ring closes in, could net you a few couple kill points.
Well, everything right now is a game of information, especially as that ring closes in. I believe this should be G2, especially since they were right on the back end of Ghost here. Sadly, though, Pander's not really able to find the laser that he wants.
God, he wants to push this so bad. You can just taste it, actually, and the rest of the team not feeling nearly as confident are going to sit back here. I like the way that they're playing this right now, all together, and looking for a little bit of scouting, but not committing either way. It's a difficult position if one or two squads try and push them, but for right now, they're benefiting from Zephyr. You remember? The deep pocket principle.
Oh no, a principle in which makes Dia sound super smart. No, I'm kidding. It's definitely pushing them into a great spot, but now they're going to have to aggress for this new place, and they can't go back, similar to what I call the crab principle.
Perfect crab. Yeah, you got it. Oh my god, so
I was trying.
Happy right now. This means so much to me. That they're gonna have to go back to help out Six, who is very, very low right now. Has managed to pop the shield back. In the meantime, Zach Mazer burning down on the top side. This is the squad that's gatekeeping them right now. Abra lately pulls out a crazy kill onto Panders.
Doing a great job keeping this high ground available for Cloud9, and I don't think Ghost are going to have an easy time contesting. They might have made the absolute worst choice here to pressure forward. If defensive bombardment comes in as we see Zach Mazer drop forward, but Troda down for the last member now.
You can just find the last kill here. You
gosh.
could wipe out a squad, but for right now, you'll settle for the KP and the little bit of loot that comes with it. But Zach Mazur's got to group up with the squad, lest their position be taken right now, and pulls out that Spitfire to play the long-range battle once again. C9 still not under massive threat, but Ghosts are looking for revenge.
They're trying to find some semblance of a push back into this area, and it's not boding any success, especially after losing Matroda so early there. Granted, at this point, I would make a rotation some other direction. C9 seems to be too difficult of an entity, and it won't garner any great position.
Fortunately for them, they're going to have to
just
back away. We'll see if they're able to get their last member back. But Panda's right now playing the low ground with this Valkyrie, not looking up too much. Might be able to stack up in a little bit of a birthday cake under Epicenter, as that is in the next zone.
Well, I mean, they could. I think it's a decent position,
like that
but
plan?
it doesn't... Well... My question is, what do you do afterwards, right? Zone closes in, you take high ground pressure, and oh, that's not a good sign.
That doesn't make me happy at all.
And then suddenly you have entities that you're going to have to play into. I think that position would have been a lot better much earlier on for Ghost, especially watching as teams tried to play into it. For now, though, Pandas and 6, they can already tell someone's contested it.
Right now, no knocks just yet, but oftentimes you will wait for that notification before going to the push. Pandas waiting on his time to shine there. And when I say waiting, I guess we really mean waiting, because that is a spot and a half to hide behind.
Oh, well, it's a spot and a half that's going to get spotted out here. We'll have to take a look and see how they fare a bit later on. CHR, though, still doing well to keep themselves alive here on the very upskirts of the refinery. And to be honest, dude, they look like they're in the best spot out of any of these squads.
Yeah, they've got a really nice position right now, and being your Game 6 winners, they might just take 2 back-to-back, earn themselves a little badge, and see what they can do with that. Interestingly enough, Pambino is going to go for the drop there, seeing if he can pick up a Kraber or some such.
Oh my gosh.
A little bit of extra edge, as they've got to keep their eyes on Cloud9. Of course, we're looking to push in from that high ground, but being gate-kept not just by CHR, but another squad in the north.
8 squads left. We'll have to take a look and see what this might be. Meanwhile, Kangarna capitalizing after their tie end position from Empire Center, taking out 6 from Ghost there. 1 member left alive, I believe. Past this, though, C9 in the building here. I don't know if they exactly know the position here of CHR, but it's right above them.
And they'll be looking to contest that sooner rather than later, especially with the next ring, leaving them technically outside of the zone. You want that high ground. You don't want to be sitting right under the stairs here. It's a very difficult push. And they're instead going to go for this, go and try and take the building from the inside. C9 playing right on the edge here.
At this point, they've already been spotted out by Ronnie on this top end, so test already available. You see, though, on that map how far they've pushed out and the back end. For now, though, Farmer Boys, Kangarna, what looks like to be a solo player on the back end of Refinery. They're not quite sure what last member of the squad is alive on that back end. For now, though, Cook with the pressure.
Yeah, we'll check that out soon enough, I'm sure. Getting a few more placement points for your team, though, never going to be a problem. Check out the Farmers, though, on the side of the ring here, playing a little bit of defense themselves into the 2 remaining members of what I believe was Ghost, who had lost themselves a friend earlier. Should be able to find a pick if the chance it does present itself. Right now, Crook, though, playing defense here is just about the most action we're getting as the zone closes in.
Looks like Hambino finishes out what is the last remnant of Ghost, putting them in 8th place. Not very good if you're looking to compete for that top 3. For now, though, Sonar pulling out here from, I believe that was C9 off of their rush. And they're going to spot a little bit, but it's not going to garner any aggressive moves just yet.
I want to know if that scan from C9 ended up seeing the rat in the corner, because it genuinely might have. The range actually should be there. Farm Boys, though, healing up in the corner over here. They're the ones in a little bit of trouble right now, and they're definitely spotted, not just by the sonar, but the defensive bombardment coming down on top of them is going to eat a lot of damage, and Farmer Lucas is going to have to pop yet another shield bat to stay alive.
And this would be one of those moments where I want to see one of these squads capitalize, but sadly, no one comes through after that defensive bombardment, so Farm Boys are able to just pressure heal up. For now, though, it's probably one of the worst spots to be in the face of that very, very open circle there that everyone's going to start making a move towards.
Who on earth is behind as well? That's the scary thing. God, the laser on Farmer Lucas keeps him in the corner at the same time. Likely gonna have to use the ult to reposition out of here, but it can be punished so easily. That jump pad really opening you up, and the Farm Boys, they're gonna have to bide their time and really make it that last second decisive
They want that
push.
building.
They're thinking about taking the building. I like it, but man, it looks almost unguarded right now.
It's definitely not unguarded. I don't think the range from Impulsive Dream picked it up, but they're going in anyways.
I mean, it's just one person inside, and they take the roof as well. This makes so much sense, actually. Farm Boys really, really comfortable up here, and they actually force a retreat, interestingly enough.
No surprise on that, and that's the retreat towards circle available. Granted, they're going to pump out as much damage as they can before they themselves have to make a rotation here quite soon. For now, though, it's heal on heal.
They're just pushing straight in with Shex already taken down. New are not in the happiest of positions, and even with the EVA 8 shots, is it going to be enough? That's one knocked down, and the Farm Boys, they actually get 2v3.
But now New Boys off that back, and they lose Shex. The two, Kasher and Postco, have to go further and further into the circle, and what is a hiding place turns out into a kill feed for Kangarn as they go down. We've seen the recovery come through for Shex now.
Actually might be able to survive here as well. That charge rifle not going to quite finish off the job, but they're already in another fight, and the health bars just are not there. Kashera not going to be able to hold this one down, and that's going to be the end of that story.
And finally, C9 make their move out of their corner spot to take those kills. On the back end here, you've got the Pittsburgh Nice competing directly with CHR, who just took out Asura.
That's a tough spot to be in, especially, holy moly, when a bunch of people run in with EVA 8s, there's just no surviving. CHR get themselves another god spot.
2 squads. This is the best possible place that you could be, and I believe they're going to be contesting directly against C9, who's also jumped onto this refinery pillar here.
Somebody here is going to get their second win of the tournament. Who will it be? Right now, CHR is getting pushed, but they take down Aberlele first. They might be able to do this, and CHR, they win the micro game against Cloud9 and get themselves their second win back-to-back in Proving Grounds Season 2.
CHR, round 6, round 7, racking up the points, baby, easily, with confidence, I can say, easily pushing themselves to that first place position here at the Proving Grounds on BoomTV. I mean, to think, this is a squad who's held position in 5th, middle of the pack, just kind of on the ebb for the majority of this tournament, and then suddenly, out of nowhere, like a firework, have come and absolutely dominated the only entity to win 2 in a row. Just 2 in general, my apologies.
It's not even a question who's in first, because it was so ridiculously decisive there. They not only got the points from the placement, but they got an immense amount of kills as well. CHR was playing so well, and now the question is, with 1 game left remaining, who can challenge them, Zephyr?
I don't even care about just first place at this point. I want to know all 3. 1 game remaining is enough to slide Ghost, G2, all of these characters who have been performing well enough to keep themselves high on the list, but not well enough to push themselves in a point of safety. As for us, though, Dia, it's 1 left, and I think we got to start moving on.
Yeah, we're going to take a very short break here at Proving Grounds. We will be right back with that final game of the day in just a few minutes.
This is my kind of event. Let's get wild, huh? Let's go. Move with it, move with it, move with it. Down low, too slow. It's gonna be extreme. No, I don't play by the rules. Give
This way, let's go.
Stimmed up and ready to burn.
You're straight out of luck. I'll add you to my kill count.
It's showtime. I'm overflowing with excitement.
Get ready to stitch him up. Figured you'd be dead by now.
Don't try this at home. Unless you want to have cool legs like me. Careful, the floor is lava. You look like a clown, bro.
My biggest fan's gonna love that.
Sometimes you gotta take the bull by the horns.
It won't make a difference.
We're on a roll, chica.
Let's take this win. It's go time.
You and me, friend. My money's on the robot.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We've made it to the Proving Ground. The countdown. It has, in fact, reached 0, and this is going to be, Zephyr, our last game of the day.
I cannot stress how excited I am to see how these teams fare coming into it. CHR leads the board with an absolute massive lead, but still top 3 is in top contention going into our 8th and final matchup of the day, which I think we're already into.
Yeah, we should be getting onto World's Edge visually as we speak, with G2 dropping down. Interestingly enough, one of the squads that's in contention for that top spot. They're 66 points, though, to 84.
Oh, look at that.
Gives them a big distance to cover.
G2 and Ghost, though, are both equally tied for the position here in top 3. I'm not 100% sure on tiebreaker, so I'm not even going to talk about that right now. But for this round as a whole, anyone I would go out and bet, just as far as new up, from new esports up, have the ability to contest for a top 3 position. CHR is an insane spot at 84, so I don't know how many people are going to be able to contest first place, especially if those guys continue past, top 10th in this round alone. But who knows? Everything's available.
Everything is available on the line here. Remember, of course, that the winner of this tournament stands to win $2,500, with second and third also receiving a portion of that $5,000 prize pool.
Yeah, an absolute absurd amount of money. Granted, we still have bounties going on, and we'll be hopefully announcing those after this final match. But just the quality of life things aside, the energy, the passion, all of these squads are living it up to the very, very worst end here, and I just can't wait. And we already get a look to see it's going to be Thermal Station, a hot finisher for this round.
Designful hanging out a little bit split up from the squad. Remember, we've seen teams push into Thermal Station a little bit early, and they might come even earlier now that we see that the ring is going to be closing here. So we're going to leave it up to the fates to decide whether G2 get collapsed on, whether they're going to be able to play that style that they love, the edge of zone, because it would require them rotating out like right now.
We'll have to see. Right now, though, Dia, I think it's just a matter of collecting what you can. I think G2 is going to push as far south as available, or as far north. Either one or the other. And they might run into Navi if they head south, and I believe someone else that had nowhere. I'm a little bit lost on the color scheme there. But either way,
it might be
entities
Maestro.
on both sides. Right.
Oh no, because Maestro, they're not dropping there. They're dropping where is it?
Harvester.
Drill site? Harvester? They're dropping Harvester? Okay, so
Harvester.
It seems like G2 really has taken we definitely don't want to fight Maestro anymore, and gone for the very southwest of the map, which is a really nice spot to hold down based on where the ring is pulling, but holy moly, Designful.
I was about to say, Designful taking quite the shots here as we see aggressive entities pull even further onto this G2 squad. Designful doing the best thing that an Octane can do and pulling out.
I cannot believe that he took that gamble there either, choosing not to pop the shield battery, get himself lower and into a good position. Major pushers, though, they're going on the offensive right here, looking for the kills, but they're not going to find anybody just yet. With Wraith on her way out. Major pushers, they hold themselves up in this building, and this is a spot that they can hold, though I don't suspect they will. That's a stick, and that's going to be enough.
Designful down off of this back end. The other two held together by Fato, and together they're burning through on the last bit of that burn from the Ordnance here off the rotation on the back end. No laser to be held off the fence defense there, but still pulling out Gentrified. That's enough. Resulta's down, though.
Is going to go down. This could be the end of the journey for G2. If they get all wiped here, they've got no chance of making it to the top, and unfortunately, they're still going to lose those 2 members, which is no better. Gentrifying into the portal, gonna go down, and G2, their journey in Proving Ground stops here.
G2, I can confirm, gonna sit right around that 66-point mark, which currently is the leading example for second place. So, that's the number to beat if you want to find yourself at least into that realm. For now, though, it's looking like major pushers aren't just done yet.
No, they're going to be able to loot up here and potentially push out. Although, I'd be happy to see them hold this spot, especially as they kind of have to. With a lot of teams making early rotations in, they're forced into holding these buildings.
I just wanted to point it out, Congarna just wiped Navi on the roster here, so they're eliminated as well, taken away from, I believe, their 10th or roughly 11th, 12th place position, so no hope for them in the top 3 as well either.
Fitu does get a shield swap for right now, and the fight that is on your screens as they continue to happen around World's Edge. It's going to be just a little bit of a hold off between these two. It's actually a pretty nice spot to hold for the squad that's contesting major pushers right up around that rock, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw sort of passive aggression coming in from both these squads, neither one wanting to go for the kills.
Oh, I don't quite know the entity that they're playing against, but they are able to pull full break and the ordnance to follow to garner some considerable damage.
Nice.
Spots out a little bit of the purple there, though. It's not just white.
No, it's not blue either. It's only Ranch that has that purple right now, and they're not exactly set up for success in that department. Congarna, though, who, like you say, had just wiped Navi, are going to be in a fight. As so are C9, who end up finishing off an entire squad, getting their knocked member right back up there. And back into the fight is Naughty Mazer and Abralele up here in Fragment East.
Right, C9 currently at that 6th position, but too late, too little. Aqualix here, gonna be taking low. CHR are the ones to find the successful kill there. Or no, my apologies. Aqualix find the kill, and this might be it as the zone closes in. Yeah, he's gonna be able to get the med kit off. He's gotta make those reses. CHR is taken out of this tournament incredibly earlier. Yeah, so 84 points, also kind of the beat there.
That leaves everything up in the running. So if we look at the top couple
Ghost
squads
is
right
still
now,
alive.
with GQ gone and with CHR gone, it's Ghost's tournament to win right now.
Ghost still on the map. Granted, I'm not going to count people like Aqualix out just yet. Like I said, anyone new esports and up can easily compete for that top 3 position. Granted, CHR's incredible double victory will more than likely keep them competitive enough, hopefully, to stay there, especially with G2's lost, but entities like Ghost, Mistro, Flight of Fancy, and C9, and Pittsburgh Knights, these are all entities that could easily compete for that. I know I'm almost stuttering over, it's the level of excitement.
I completely understand. Thank you to our observer, of course, for pulling that up on the side here, giving us a little bit of a visual reference for what we're talking about. But if anybody's going to pull out a high kill game, I would believe it would be Flights of Fancy, although it is Aqualix, of course, sitting with the kill leader in their spot right now. So we're looking at quite a bit of volatility in this final game of the day. And Zephyr, I would not have it any other way.
Oh, absolutely not. I think it's hilarious. First round out here. Aqualix still so far away from that southern circle. Going to be having to make the rotations. And while, yes, we don't usually see it, it's because it doesn't bode well. Not having the emphasis to pick your spot before you make your way into that ring could mean the end here for teams like Aqualix. But heavy rotations from Sir Del and the likes of Nasky off of their jump pads could keep them alive.
They're going to end up going south here. I was wondering what the zip line was about.
No one's
going
to contest this wall. Look at that.
Here, but yeah, this should be really, really safe. Nobody's even at sorting factory anymore. Everybody's made those early rotations when they wanted to, and it actually looks like Aqualix is one of 3 teams that are outside of zone right now. 3 of 10, I might add, as this game has gone very, very quickly.
For now, though, we make a return back south towards our Thurman station. Ghost, one of the more notable entities that could actually win it all here. They still have the position to take first place.
They get a real nice building, too. This is great for them and should net them a position where they're able to hold out until the end. Are going to take a few gunfights on the way, of course, to get themselves to those higher shield levels, but I really like the position that Ghosts are in, whether they have great equipment or not. The building alone can net you placement.
Oh. 10th place is already a very good spot for someone like Ghost, but they need to push it that much further. The difference between them and CHR is 18, so they need to at least accumulate that much to take their spot.
We'll see if they can do it. They're not the only squad we're looking at, though. Of course, major pushers. They've already got a few kills on the board. Of course, we've seen some come through from other squads as well, and this is where chaos can really take hold. When you know that it's your last chance to get these points, this is where you'll go for the unorthodox pushes, taking teams off guard, taking kills where you shouldn't.
Taking those shots with your flatline when you know it could be risky enough to get yourself killed here. But major pushers, after taking an incredible, successful fight early, I have my hopes. On the back end, though, 69 IQ. Now, this squad has not fared too well, currently sitting at, I believe, 15th on the board or 16th. Granted, they're not out of the match, which means they're definitely available to shake things up. For now, though, Kick versus Maestro.
Oh no, Maestro is going to go back to the totem here. It's actually not the best Revenant push that they've ever had because they're so low right now. Kick is going to find the knocks, but it's Cyback who has to back away on this Gibraltar. Doesn't have the position, doesn't have the shots, and it's what I think might be a 1v1 there. He gets spotted out. Is this shield going to be enough? I don't think so. As from the side, Maestro takes him out.
Maestro finding themselves one complete roster, getting rid of the likes of Kick Esports on the side here. Meanwhile, C9 being the gatekeepers of Maestro.
Hey, Cloud9, that was actually really nice right there. The Zach Mazer kind of turned it on once again. We've seen this squad be a little flippy here, but they've definitely got the micro skill to back them up as they go on the chase and should be able to find another kill. Another knock out of the air for Zach Mazer. He finds his third and is the kill leader in this 8th game.
Mind you, that's not even Maestro. That is Flight of Fancy who goes down there.
One of the squads that we were thinking could have been the bloodthirsty enough to find the win. Now that goes over to the likes of Cloud9, who definitely are bloodthirsty enough to get themselves a few kills here and there, and more than likely be able to create opportunity where it otherwise wouldn't be. Kungarna in between them and the circle are going to have to ditch lest they face the wrath of Zach.
Well, they might have to face the wrap, but they've already put themselves in great spot, taking out their early win against Navi at the very, very beginning of this 8th round. Granted, they could hold back, they could keep the top northern end of the circle, but the minute they have to make rotation to Thermal, which they're doing right now, I don't know how well that will bode.
See how it does, as they should be spotted out on their way. There's quite a lot of gunfighting going down at the southwestern end of Thermal, so they might actually be able to sort of stealth their way into a building by just flying under the radar here. They get themselves a spot in the circle, and it's a real nice one for Kungarna to hold. We'll see if they can keep Cloud9 at bay.
At this point, I think they've pushed too far forward to really get a good pressure back on the Cloud9 entity. And honestly, Cloud9 might have rotated through Harvester to come back out on the northeastern side. For now, though, Ghost, Major Pushers, 69 IQ, New Esports, all teams that are currently on this southwestern side looking to come out on top.
Right now, we're just claiming building after building, power spot after power spot. A nice portal is going to get you into a slightly better position in that ring. While Cloud9, they've made their own way onto the edge of the circle. It isn't in that next ring just yet, but this is certainly a position you can be happy with.
As I say, for now, they're definitely going to be happy as they control a good high point overlooking the entirety of Thermal. But as we most humorously know from our ironic standpoint, yes, that would definitely fit here. That's not going to work well for them as this round continues to close in even further here. But 22 seconds, we'll get to take a look at round 4, and that might spell out something good for them.
Ooh, they're going to have the opportunity to clean up a few kills in the east as well. You would have seen Zach Mazer receive a few shots from that direction, so they know that there's the potential for a fight to break out there, but definitely playing this one slow. They saw the care package drop and be looted, so very aware of all the squads that surround them and keeping an eye on the threats that might arise to the Cloud9 name. They want this win so bad.
For now, though, Circle beginning to pressure inwards. You have to watch that back-end area, which Zach Mazer's doing a great job to keep it going back and forth here as he continues to ebb and flow with the damage there on the lower end. Granted, 25 seconds. Can make sure that no one pops in from the back end of this valley.
Exactly, and being able to keep an eye on your flanks is definitely the difference, especially in a circle like Thermal Station, where so much of this is about holding down buildings, and buildings can so often be taken by especially lobbies with Rev Octane in them.
We've seen a lot of good play with the Rev Octane comps, but now that humorous circle that we so literally discussed very early on, making its apparent notice to most of these teams who didn't get the early recons off. So heavy rotations, most likely going to reap a huge benefit of kills as everyone looks to head south.
This is interesting as well. You can see a squad pressuring from the south as well. I'm figuring out who that is right now, but it's going to be a challenging push into what is already a highly populated area. Remember, Ghost's still very, very comfortable in their own corner of the circle here. Genuinely could find the win if they just stay alive.
Aqualix on the deep eastern side here. Granted, there is no more buildings left for anyone to take off of these major rotations, so Aqualix has to fight someone. And the minute we see a contest come through here from any one of these squads, I'm telling you right now, Dia, it's going to be the beginning of the complete end. Oh.
An IQ hold up in that building, and Aqualix definitely looking for their way in, are going to find their way onto the rock that was abandoned earlier. This is a good spot, but it's not the greatest because it's not quite in that ring yet, so still improvement to be had from them, and a zipline is going to at least get them to the high ground so they can scope this one out as a team.
They're going to have to make those decisions at some point because, honestly, no one in any of these buildings are pressured to make a move. For now, though, Cloud9 on the opposite end of the field looking for a fight as they take down Kingarna's matey.
Kingarna EU missing a member now. Make it two as Abralele finds the laser onto another, and it's going to be on the receiving end of some shots as well. Stay Naughty has to play gatekeeper for the rest of his team. Has that scan available to see what the threats are and gives everybody else a chance to reset as well. The heal's going to come in, and Cloud9 now need to push out around this corner and into the town of death that awaits them on the other side.
An absolute hellish place to be here if you're Cloud9, as they can't go any other direction but for the zone continuing to tighten up here. That dome, that portal's still available if they want to maybe find their way through the rift. I don't know. It's going to be very risky.
Certainly is. I think they have the chance, there we go, to go around the outside here. Naughty is scoping this out as it's really, really risky because you can be gate kept, and people will recognize, of course, that you want to come from that direction. But instead, we're going to have a party for now because, well, the ring isn't threatening them just yet.
No ring just yet, but we already know. Yeah, I was going to say, we already know where the position of this next one's going to be, and it's much, much southern compared to where they're at currently. I think the move might be to try to find some sort of pad to find your way in deep here. But for the squads that currently host themselves in our Death City, Cloud9's going to have to fight one of them.
Now we just wait this next minute out, as that's certainly what Cloud9 are hoping to do. Let another fight break out. Let somebody else take the focus for right now. Yuki, on the receiving end of a grenade there, is going to end up popping the shield cell. But with this, Kraber has the potential to take down a member out of nowhere. It's shot again, though, and we'll be playing this one a little bit more safe in the corner. Aqualix, they've barely got themselves a corner circle, but it's a golden portion.
I'd be careful saying what you will about Aqualix, because even if they don't hold building control, they've shown us what they can do in tiny circles to find themselves victory. For now, though, C9 on the last remnants of Kingarna. They may have gotten one, but they didn't take out the rest here.
They are so spotted right now. Zach Mazer almost falls to his death, which would have been devastating for the squad. But Aqualix is going to be able to keep their eyes on these buildings. Well, it's a team like Ghost that rather keeps their eye on the likes of Cloud9 over here, looking for a way back in there. Jump pad not going to be off cooldown soon enough, and Kingarna waiting for them on the other side. This is such a tough spot to play.
And as for the rest of everyone else, they are living like Laria, some might say. Ghost, notably one of the most major entities to possibly win this tournament in its entirety, hosted up in an excellent building. Granted, they're going to have to move farther south, but now a defensive bombardment here on Cloud9. Dome forced out.
Of Really nice to use that. Force out the dome, as I believe
Oh my
it
gosh,
shouldn't
another.
be up when that ring closes. So it's actually a really nice play from them to deny that cooldown. But Aqualix, they may be denied their very lives here. The EVA 8 buys them a little bit of space. And Mask is going to have to back away, take the reset. They've still got Circle. They've still got a great spot. They might take this win if they can just hold on.
For now, though, that defensive bombardment dissuaded any and Major further pressure, but now Major pushers padding it out on the back end here, taking it directly face to face here against Aqualix.
Able to reset, and everybody's playing this extremely slowly, trying as hard as they can not to let anybody through the cracks. And right now, together, he spots somebody going where they shouldn't, but is forced right back in with the Arc Star on his back, with the shots from the EVA 8 covering him on the way out. Nask has gone down from Aqualix, and they're still hovering around the outside of this building, looking for a way to get him back up. No push out is going to mean the res comes through, but Major pushers have lost 2 in the meantime.
Together, the only one left through and through to find success, and hilariously, Aqualix, who were on the outskirts, actually come out on top, now looking to contest the high ground. Still, though, 5 squads left to compete in our final match of the day here as a rotation from behind.
I love the spot that Aqualix are in right now, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Nask has to ditch, leaving just those 2 members to be finished off, and New end up picking up even more kills, pushing up onto Nask, leaving him to
Oh,
right now.
Nasky!
He's anybody's kill as he's in the air, but the reset might be able to come in here because I don't think he was spotted from the low ground.
No one was able to keep the track on our fly bird here. Nasky surviving to the very end. Yeah, the Cloud9, they can spot that one out. You see Ghost on the edges of that building now, forced to move out there. Not quite sure if that's Kingarni or Cloud9. We'll have to take a look.
It's a really difficult spot right now. I'm taking a look at the bigger picture. I think Cloud9 were knocked out by Ghost. Ghost could very well win this right now. Somebody needs to knock them out. Aqualix, they're going to be playing the patience game as the dome comes out from Ghost. Utility abounds, and you can try and push this, but it's between New
Major
and
pushers
Ghost
down
right now, as it's just 3 spots remaining.
New Esports, the only other entity with 3 members available. Nasky on this op, and actually maybe in one of the best positions available. Now, New Esports taking advantage of their initial rush, playing off the defensive bombardment to knock the majority of Ghost here.
Ghost! It might actually go down right now. It's Metro that ends up being that last kill, and Aqualix is just holding the high ground. It's the last member, and New, with no knocks here, they should be able to find this win. Nask doesn't have a whole lot of options here, and he's gonna vibe out, I think. He's pretty comfortable not letting that kill point go over, and unfortunately, that's gonna be how it ends up going down. He drops down, gives them that last kill, because New, they have earned the championship win.
New Esports coming through at the very end to award themselves their first and last win of the day here at the Proving Grounds tournament. I will remind everyone they were sitting roughly around that 9th place, and this might have been enough to push them into 3rd place contention.
Well, we're going to find out very shortly, I tell you, because I did not expect that game to go that way with 2 squads knocked out so early. There's a real possibility the Ghost took this as well, and Aqualix got so many kills that I could see that being a reality. There's so much to consider here in terms of the points, and so many highlight plays that we got during that game alone.
Honestly, we're going to have to go to a short break here because as much as we can talk about this game, we're not going to be able to decipher the exact amount of how these teams fared coming out of our 8th match. So for us, we will be as quick as a whistle and we'll be right with you with that final scoring and who our Proving Grounds winner is.
We're back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and this, as much as it is in a game, is exactly what we have all been waiting for, Zephyr, because we've finally reached the end of the tournament. We have our winners. We've got the points. I have no way of predicting who could have walked away with this, but let's reveal it right now. And, oh my god.
In
Oh my god.
third place to start us off, Aqualix with their legendary save at the end. 1 point above New Esports in G2. Just one. They managed to take third place.
Imagine if you hadn't gotten second. Imagine if Nask hadn't managed to clutch that. And the crazier thing is, look, Ghost made it all the way to, what was it, third place? And it wasn't enough to topple CHR, who fell, like, in first ring.
Immediately. CHR, after their 7th round, only accumulate 1 additional point, but still take our victory here at the Proving Grounds, awarding themselves the major prize of $2,500.
And man, you know what? I tell you what. The first Apex Legends event I ever cast, Hambino won, and he's just won again. These guys are absolutely cracked, no matter what name they're playing under. And while it was very surprising, it's also very well deserved.
Absolutely. I have to say, every entity that came out here tonight, from the top to the bottom, was in such a competitive state, and it was so close, even though everyone's had such a trouble getting into those lobbies, getting that practice that they so rightfully deserve. And honestly, it's such a nice sight.
Yeah, it really is. Now, of course, despite the fact that we know who's claimed the big money prizes, we still have to, of course, Zephyr, recap who's claimed the small money prizes, because we've had bounties running this whole time. And I am excited to reveal the winners. I assume we have them. I assume we have the clips.
We do, in fact, have the clips. I believe we should be starting out here with, of course, I believe our first snipe, but let's take a look.
Like an arc star. This looks like it's going to be an arc star stick. Holy moly! Absolutely wild getting that one. As that was actually a Flights of Fancy who ended up picking that one up. Piarka with the stick on the jump.
An absolutely wonderful stick there on the arc star here from Hiraka. I believe the award for that one, I'm dropping my brain cells here, $100 for the stick, so we'll hopefully get that one back out to you. I believe we still got more clips to go through regarding these.
Oh, this is going to be the snipe, isn't it? Longbow's going to come out. I bet you it is. Nask coming through. Let's see what he's able to find right here. Doesn't get anything. Did he? Was that it?
I believe this might be our full squad wipe. I'm not entirely sure, but no. There we are. I believe that might.
Completely uncertain, because it's not the full
Let's
squad.
take a look.
Right?
Aqua Yuki. Okay. All 3 kills awarded Yuki there. I believe that is our full squad wipe. Yeah, my apologies.
Okay. So that means that this one is the sniper clip then. Once again, a Flights of Fancy, but then, no, this, Zephyr, I'll be honest with you, I am shocked. I have no idea what's happening right now. This looks like the squad wipe highlight clip that I was looking for. The previous one must have been the sniper. We've got this all in order.
We're doing our best to work through these as much as we can at the same pace as you guys, but let's just take another look at, once again, Flight of Fancy, one of the more aggressive entities to land another major bounty for themselves off of a heavyweight from you.
I think it's funny that there was also a really cool arc star stick there as well, and just so much coming together in each individual clip. I mean, obviously it makes it a little bit hard for us to discern, but it definitely shows us that Flights of Fancy were pulling all of the stops when it came to ripping people off a World's Edge.
It's a bit of a shame they didn't find themselves into our top 3, but they showed that they were once again an excellent entity into our Proving Grounds, not only in Season 1 under the name Succubus, but now here as well. But Dia, I think this is but our goodbye here at the Proving Grounds.
And it's the end of Season 2 as well. This is the finale of a bunch of qualifiers to get here, the regular season on top of it, a bunch of invited teams, and we finally made it to the very end of the second season. Now, of course, keep your eyes out because Proving Grounds will be hosting a season 3. So if you loved the Apex that you saw here today, you keep your eyes out on their Twitters. If you want ours, it's !casters. Not plugging myself or Zephyr, but of course, do it. A big thank you, of course, to BoomTV for having us on, to all of the production staff behind us who made this an amazing stream, to the players, and to you at home who came out to watch some top tier Apex Legends. We'll catch you next time back on BoomTV.
This is how we roll, man.